Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning, all. Driving again, says Buttercups. Welcome in, Buttercups. Purple, welcome in. Norma, Doug, welcome in. Good to see you all. Don't forget when you come in, like and subscribe to the channel. Doug, there is the link. April, good morning. Christian Fortunato, good morning. Good to have you. Thank you for being here. Norma, good to have you. All right. I don't know what the weather's like in your area, but if we get disconnected, it's because we got a major storm coming. So just giving you guys heads up. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me all right? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Joshua, good to have you, my friend. Good morning. Oleg, hi everyone. Good to have you, Oleg. All right. Just giving it another minute before we get started. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Share the channel out. If you come in, click that like right away. Thumbs up. Welcome in, Carolina girl. Don't forget to go ahead and help the channel. Do whatever, word of mouth. Pass it out to your friends and other channels. Just spread the word so we can get growing. We are continuing to grow. We hit our next little plateau, so we're on now towards 2,500, and this is 2,500 solid. So that's awesome. You guys are doing amazing. Don't forget, if you can support the channel and help out, hey, the more power to it. That would help the channel out. That'd be great. More devil pups we have, the bigger we grow, the more we become more educated. We want really what we really want is a lot more followers, because that's where we get a lot more opinions. Pam, thank you so much for your support and always supporting the channel. Appreciate you. And the more we grow, the more we're able to get different opinions and different views. That's what it's all about, everybody. That's how you learn. Without a doubt. All right. All right, here is Chris. There you are. Good morning, Chris.
Uh, Good afternoon.
Chris is in the house.
I don't want to hear about your storms. Oh, it's raining.
No, it's not raining. It's
No,
storming.
Yeah, you guys are getting killed over there.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Barney, welcome in, Barney. Good to have you. Make sure you all subscribe to all the channels. Analyze Doug. Let's talk with Chris. And of course, DD. Let's all get behind these channels. Let's all encourage one another to grow and be able to get more people so we can become more smarter. That's just how it works, everybody. All right. There it is. All right, all right. Doug, did you get my Annie? Welcome in, Annie. Welcome
Somebody's
in.
laughing over there. I heard. Was that the people laughing over there?
That's my daughter in the other room.
Oh, nice. Well, at least she's laughing, so that means it's a good day.
Doug, I sent you the link. I don't know what happened, but there it is again. All right. So
Doug.
today, I want to talk about Joshua going to be storming in Iowa. Yeah, we've been getting it the last probably 3-4 days. We got another day tomorrow of these storms, and then it's going to hopefully just clear up for a couple days. I don't know, but man, it's good. Don't get me wrong. I love rain. Love rain. Rain makes the grass grow.
He's afraid of the thunder, though. You should see him in the closet.
Hey, just to get you guys a update. Yes, I think yesterday, the day. I think it was yesterday.
Don't hurt yourself.
Was it
Yesterday's
yesterday?
thing.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had this massive tornado warning,
Mm-hmm.
and
That
I
was the
mean,
day before.
it was. Or I'm sorry, the day before yesterday, and it was bad. It
Yeah.
was horrible, and so yeah, we all came up to the by the not the closet, but in the hallway. All my kids came over from their homes over, and I'm like,
Like,
why are you coming here? Like there's no protection here. But they
well,
came
you're
over
there.
here.
That's why.
Yeah. So they came over and everybody hunkered down, and yeah, it was quite the winds and the rain were just so powerful, man. It was like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that cell went right over in our area, right over it. And it was like,
Yep.
oh my God, like so that was kind of a little
Now,
bit out there.
now imagine what you were feeling just in this, and I'm not picking on you, but in this little itty bitty storm that you had. Imagine
Uh-huh.
what a EF4 tornado
Oh,
is
I
like.
agree.
Imagine that.
Hey,
That's
we used to live in Tornado Alley up in Oklahoma and Missouri for that matter.
Well,
So
that was smart to move to. Where you want to move, honey? Well, Oklahoma. Whereabouts? Right in Tornado Alley. I want to just put a house
it's when
right
I
there.
got it's when I got out of the military. It's when I
Yeah.
moved there. April said hello, Mrs. DD.
Hello, Mrs. Dee.
Chris said hello, Miss DD.
Good morning.
She
Good
said
morning.
hello. Good morning.
Where's the bacon?
Where's the
Pancakes
bacon?
and milk.
Pancakes and milk.
Oh,
She's just
God.
laughing. All right, everybody. So I went ahead and chose this because I've been hearing a lot more about literally. I know it seems like a redundant thing, but it's what is the evidence that they're gathering? What is it telling us? And if it's not telling us a whole hell of a lot, then what could they be holding back? And what could it mean in the Nancy Guthrie case? And the reason I bring this up is because it's still, unfortunately, the hottest thing that's out there as far as topic on what's going on. So I picked this topic because of that reason, because we talked about like the things that they did, the cars and all this, but there's a lot of information that they're not saying. And that's what I want to tap into. I want to tap into see like thinking outside the box. What else do you think they got that could make some type of it could make some type of an opinion as to why they're not releasing it and what is that thing that they're not releasing, if that makes any sense. And it does. It does. The idea that, for example, we know that at the beginning, we know that they did a lot of, getting facts from uh, hair follicles and DNA and the blood at the front door. Now we understand that those common denominators, and they have come out about the latest of the hair that they had different multiple DNA wrapped around it to be able to try to parse it out. And we got a thing back saying that it didn't come to anybody other than what probably they expected to be there. But there has to be more. There has to be more. Even if they found things that deal with, outside that box, we know electronically. I want to stick to portions of this with just like physical evidence, car related evidence, and even just dealing with electronics.
Yep. So let's can we play the game today? Let's just say that this was definitely a kidnapping.
Okay. There you go.
No other stuff. It was just a straight up ransom kidnapping. Money, and now the evidence fits everything. So now we can just be like, all right, so what evidence do we have just from this kidnapping? And that's what we're going to run with.
That's it.
No,
right there. Perfect.
no higher ups, no low,
Yeah.
Just it's a straight up kidnapping.
Straight up kidnapping.
What do we got?
Okay. That's a good. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Because I think when we are talking about it and hey, was it a kidnap? Well, I don't think it was. I think it was higher ups or it was this. I think we all go
all over the place. Exactly.
And I think if we stick to, hey, she was kidnapped by Devil Dog, and that's that. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
let's just run with that.
So right now we're going with the theory that she was kidnapped as a kidnap for ransom, and that's really the better one to go with because that's what the FBI says it is. So not that they're always right, but I think we can assure that they probably have more information than we have. So let's go ahead and go with that. So this is a kidnapping for ransom. With that kidnapping for ransom, what evidence? When they first got there, we know about the blood. So I'm not really harping on the blood because we know about the blood at the front porch.
Mm-hmm.
We know they tested the blood. We know that they went ahead and welcome in Carolina Girl, Oleg and Annie, welcome in. Heather, welcome in. KB, welcome in. Thank you guys for being here. So we know, and if you guys got something on your mind about some evidence, just ask your question, and we'll stop right there and try to answer that question. Because this is more about that than anything. More about trying to get everybody's thought going because, well, the fact of the matter is the more brains that are working, the more information we're going to probably have to kind of pick it apart and see what we can come up with. Analyze Doug. Did he always keep me locked up backstage? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's where you belong, pal. Oh,
there you go, Doug.
Hi, hey,
I apologize. Doug is in the house, everybody.
No worries.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Always in the back.
That's what we're going with. And you heard Chris. We're going to just go with this is a kidnapping for ransom. Even though
I heard all the rules.
Okay, you got it. All right. So based on that, we know they checked the blood at the front door, right? We know that blood is out. We know that they checked it and they said it's Nancy's. That's that. So there's no reason to bring up the blood in the front patio or the front entryway because we know what it is. Now we don't know if there was any other blood that was in the house. Now we don't know that because some said it was clean, pristine. Some said there was maybe some droplets on the other side of the door. At this point, we can't confirm either or. So I want to stick to what they've said they did, and then parse that out to see where we go.
So this will be over quick.
Stop it.
Oh, sorry. Don't yell at me.
So now we got that. So now they went in. They came in. Obviously, they did their forensics. I don't know when they first got there and they put that little tent over the front door. What was that about? Does anybody got any clue? I know we had theories about drilling the hole to unlock the front door and all this stuff.
Mm-mm.
Do we know for exact what they were doing?
No, not that I've ever known, but I think it was just evidence stuff. Like, everybody was like, why didn't they take the mat? Why didn't they take the mat? I think that's what they were doing there is seeing what they could find on the mat. I would probably say they put the tent up because they were using the light.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Because it has to be dark. So that, it doesn't have to be completely dark, but that's what I'm figuring. They did that, and who knows what else they did. It was in a tent, so we don't know what they did back.
Okay.
So,
but you guys heard that, right? When they were saying that they were drilling holes and doing all this kind of stuff. And
I did not hear they were drilling holes. I don't.
Well, they were saying they were trying. Some had suggested that they were trying to get the front door unlocked, because they didn't have the key or something to that effect.
But so the tent was not even the first day they got there or the second day. It was.
No, I think it was
remember how many days
12.
later.
I think
they were already 12. In and out of the house. So the drilling of the lock is is out because they wouldn't need to, because remember the back doors were propped open.
Right.
So
but
they
if they
wouldn't
wanted,
need it.
my thinking was if they wanted to make the flow easy going through the house back and forth, they would want that front door open because then they could just walk right through and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Makes things a little bit more easier. That's what I was thinking. Holly, welcome in.
I was thinking too, like, I mean, we know the porch guy was in gloves and stuff, but we don't know exactly what happened when that camera was done, right?
Right.
He put it. So we don't know if they were still there, if he was, what he was doing. So as far as I would say, I would probably think they were fingerprinting the front door. I'm sure they were fingerprinting the windows, even though he had gloves.
Right.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know what happens.
And
if there was other people inside.
True.
I'm sure they fingerprinted a lot just to see if they could. Because, I mean, you're going to have some strange fingerprints, mailman, FedEx, UPS, whatever. But you're not going to have a lot of strangers' fingerprints everywhere, I wouldn't think. But,
True. Well, especially if you're only looking at possibly, some have suggested 1. We've suggested 2 to 3. I've even said 3 to 4. And then some are going to be outside, so some are probably not even going to be in the house. So the idea of actually getting something unique and compared to what the porch guy was wearing is probably slim to none. But here's the thing: you got to check it because you just never know. That's just the bottom line. So we know that. Welcome in. I'm a dreamer. Welcome in, Bruce. Good to have you both. Click that like, everybody, as you come in. Put that thumbs up. Help all our channels. So now the next thing is, we know they came in. I heard that they were checking the back door hinges. That would be common. They would be checking. When I say checking, I'm talking about checking for fingerprints, checking for anything, and hopefully they check the top of the door itself. Because a lot of people are when you do stuff like this, you're going to want to be as discreet as possible, where you're not leaving anything behind, right? So you're probably going to grab the door from the top part, open it up, put that flower pot there. So we know that they probably are checked. They checked. Hopefully they did. When I say they probably did, is because that's what somebody would normally do. Not saying they did it, just saying that they would normally do that. So you think they would have checked the flower pots around the side, even that foliage, maybe DNA. Remember the light mouth light that he had that he kept taking out, and every time he takes it out, you have saliva on there, and then he's grabbing the foliage and he's trying to put it on the camera. They could have took a lot of different things just to test it, to see, because technology is so much greater today than it was, 5 years
maybe
ago.
that's what the tent was for.
And that could have been.
Maybe they were looking for that stuff.
That's a good
do
point.
them in particular order too. Wouldn't you have to do all of your DNA swabs first, then probably with dust fingerprints, and then luminol? Because you can't jump right to luminol because you might destroy the evidence, right?
Right,
So
that is correct.
You got to do the 3 different things in the correct order.
Correct. And they got more than one forensic guy there. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to have one in the inside. They're going to probably have one doing all the outside. They're going to probably have one doing the garage. I mean, there were people in different locations, and their whole job is to literally gather everything they can, regardless of whose it is, and they can sort it out later as to whose it is. So you're right. They'll have multiple people doing that. Yeah. It's the only way to do it.
Right.
I got 2 questions.
Go ahead.
One, so if I come to your house right now and I open your front door and my fingerprint on your door handle, right?
Right.
How long will that stay noticeable?
It's gonna stay there for a long while.
But if you come right behind me and do the same thing, it gets wiped away, right?
Well, it gets multiple. You'll have multiple
Okay.
little maybe edges, curves of your curves on your fingers, your fingertips
Yeah.
or your hand. So yeah,
I just
it's-
didn't know how long, they stay around. Like, right now, and
they stay around as long
it's not clean.
as somebody comes out and either you're wiping down the windows and you clean the doorknob, that type of thing, or they stay as long as it's not exposed. Like I don't have a screen door on my door. Okay. I just have like a one of them storm doors. So
Mm-hmm.
in that case, rain hits that for a period of time. I'm sure it's gonna, dilute that fingerprint.
See you later. Goodbye. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The other question.
then what I've always heard, and you can always kind of chime in here, is that crooks always leave something behind, is what I hear.
I've heard that before.
I don't know if it's true though.
I
Like they
don't
always
know.
screw something up.
Well, if they leave something behind, the theory probably is that nothing is perfect, right?
Right.
No matter what job you do and how you do it. Welcome in, Melly. Welcome in, Jim. One of the things that you look at is there's going to be something left behind. I don't think it's by purpose, unless the crime that's being committed is something to do with intentionally, like an SA
Right.
or a unaliving. Then they may leave something behind purposely just because to them it's a game.
Maybe I said it wrong.
Okay.
I meant more like they always screw something up
Yeah.
to leave some evidence behind of themselves.
Correct. 9 out of 10 times they're going to leave something, and it's probably going to be something so minute as a little hair drop of a hair, sweat, a little bit of gland from your, if they're really like, well, in this case, we saw how the porch guy was dressed, so outside he was probably a little cooler, because of the wind in the time of year. But if he goes in the house, he's going to be perspiring quite a bit. It's going to be warmer. And so then there's that potential of droppings of sweat, which obviously can be gathered. So the whole idea is that you're going to leave something behind by accident, because nothing is ever concrete, perfect. But that's the key. Finding that one little thing that can make all the difference in the world. And that's why you have to be good and know what you're looking for. Literally. Angela, welcome in, Angela. Good to have you. Thank you for being here.
Nice. That's my sister.
Huh?
Good morning, sis. Angela, that's my sister.
I thought that I knew there had to be a relationship, because I could tell by the last part of the name.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome in.
Welcome in, sis. Welcome in.
But I think the thing is, every time you touch something, you leave something behind and you take something with you.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's a
TV,
that's a really
computer,
good theory.
ring, necklace,
Yep.
And let's face it, guys. There's sometimes when someone goes into a home and is going to do something like this, there's going to be at some time, if things doesn't seem to be going right, that mask is coming off. You understand? That mask is coming off. There may be a time of frustration where you can't grab something because the gloves are just not allowing that. They're going to come off. Okay.
Oh God, yeah.
And when that happens, that's the prime time to go ahead and literally get that evidence. It always happens. Now, some police departments, some sheriff's departments, they do a really good job. FBI is known for this. They're known to find all the little nuances. They know where to go for the cracks and crannies to get this information, or to get this evidence. They know how to extract it. The problem is, are the people that are working that case really working it to the best of their ability? That's really what it comes down to. You only get as good as you put into it. That's how it works. So Now, welcome in, Angela. Okay, so now we know they went in there, they checked most likely the back doors, hinges, the back door side, inside and out, maybe a window if they had little pane windows, the flower pots, we got that that they checked. We've got the fingerprinting all over in the house. We're assuming they did all the fingerprinting, collected all the swabs. I don't think from what I heard, I don't think they swabbed everything that they could have swabbed.
No,
Okay,
no
because
way.
that would have took a long time, and being that they only did this in about a day and a half at best, maybe a day and 3/4 before they gave the house back to the owners, that tells you a lot. So the swabbing part probably never happened as clearly as it could have been. Joshua says, was anything stolen?
Yeah,
No,
Nancy.
at this point, the family didn't notice anything missing to
Just
our
Nancy.
knowledge.
Just Nancy.
Just Nancy.
She
That's
was
the only
stolen.
thing.
But yeah,
Yeah.
no, like again, I nobody said anything was missing at all. Nothing was, and again, the first statement from the sheriff was, no, the house was immaculate. There was nothing wrong. And then the second one from him was, oh no, when we saw the inside, we knew it was a crime scene immediately. Like, really? So I don't know. It's all crazy still.
Very crazy, very crazy. But yeah, good question there. Good question. KB says, with the back doors open and it being winter, there probably wouldn't be any sweat. Possibly, but you know what? The way that porch guy was wearing all those layers and in that house where that wind is not hitting you, it's probably a good chance that he's sweating a little bit. I mean, I would say there's a good chance. And there may be a point, like I said earlier, that he's getting frustrated. It's possible that he's getting frustrated. It's possible that mask at some point is going to come off. Maybe, and these are just maybes, Maybe Nancy fights back a little bit, grabs, tries to grab. You know how that happens. It happens a lot in a lot of cases. Once they're exposed, now they don't have a choice but to maybe unalive somebody. That's just the probability. But good point. Very good point.
I was also thinking about before porch guy was there.
Okay.
Right before they were there. Let's just say they.
Okay.
That mask, those clothes. This was probably already planned out. So the mask and clothes that they're wearing, they weren't bought 5 minutes before they went to the house. So that mask and stuff, those were floating around wherever those guys was staying.
Right.
So what's the one thing that you lose all day long is hair, follicles, and skin, dead skin. But but the hair. So you would think that on that mask that he pulled over, that there would be hair on the outside, maybe from being in the vehicle, whatever. So I
still don't buy the fact that these guys were professionals. And even professionals, they come up to certain obstacles that they don't encounter. Okay, so just because if we said these were professionals, that's not like just because they're professionals, they wouldn't make mistakes, right? I mean, there's some things you can't account for. Like Chris just said with the mask and the hair probably being outside of the mask or falling on the ground or whatever. Yeah. So even professionals make mistakes. These guys don't seem like they were even professionals, in my opinion.
Well, and mine too.
And I say that because of how somebody would use what appears to be porch guy as somebody. I couldn't use porch guy for anything. And somebody that would use him and not worry about him doing something that's, to me, would be outside the box. If you're a kidnapper, then I could never use him. So I'm going by these type of things, not so much by what that I see, because we didn't see anything.
Well, I'm thinking if it was like professionals, like big time professionals, we wouldn't have seen the guy on the porch.
Exactly.
You know,
Without
that
a
camera
doubt.
would have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah, we wouldn't have seen anything. All cameras probably would have been taken. You wouldn't have had nothing but an empty
'Cause that's,
house.
I mean, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, hey, I mean, if this was big time pros, you ain't seeing nothing.
That is correct. That's correct. I mean, and then if they want you to see something, that's when you know you're looking for an essay, or you're looking for unaliving purposely. You're looking for a statement that they're leaving behind. You know what I mean? That's just how that works. Sam, welcome in. Sam, welcome in. Good to have you, my friend. All right. Ole, I saw last night when the home was up for sale, the house had a dark room mentioned in the details. Yes. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure what that dark room's all about, but that is kind of interesting. That is very interesting. Any thoughts on that dark room, Oleg? Anything that you think outside that box that could be, what do you think could have been in there? Annie, KB, saliva would be almost impossible to stop because of the gag reflex. Correct. That's a good point. April, I wonder if Savannah mentioned the journal because it was missing. Yeah, I still haven't heard anybody talk about the journal. Now, we've talked about that from the very beginning, how that could have a crucial piece of the puzzle, because if in fact Nancy went ahead and was writing her thoughts over a period of time, there could have been something in there about someone she didn't like, someone that did something to her, or someone that said something to her throughout that day. And it could open the eyes of why people were feeling the way they were in that area about what appeared to me as not so much really concern about the fact she was taken, right? I mean, it would say a lot. That journal is crucial. And yet I'm not hearing anybody talk about it. And I wonder why. Why do you think no one's talking about that journal? That's a big piece.
I'd never even heard of the journal.
Oh, yeah. There was a journal. Savannah talked about it, that her mom would write in her journal. Like she said, she would write frequently, not always, but frequently in that journal. She would sit there on her chair at the back and she would write out in her journal like how her day went or whatever. That was according to Savannah when they talked to Savannah. So that was one of the reasons why at the very beginning we brought out the fact that why hasn't that journal been talked about more? And maybe it has. They're not giving us that info, but that's a big item. I mean, I would think that would be something that you could bring up as far as like the investigation, to say, we are looking for this journal. We need to know where this journal's at. Now there's no excuse if one of the family members took the journal, as in let's just say, like for example, one of the children took it because they wanted to keep it for memories and stuff, right? And the sheriff is asking for that journal, then there's no reason why they wouldn't give it up. But if you never ask for it, they're not going to give it up.
No,
it's just common sense.
Yeah, well, the only people that could take the journal would be A&T. I mean,
right. I mean, for the most part, yes.
There's nobody else there, right?
The journal's missing? The journal's missing?
Yes, the journal. Well, we don't know that it's missing. What we do know is that Nancy wrote in her journal quite often. What we do know is that no one has talked about that journal other than that one time when Savannah was talking about it. So why haven't they talked about it? Why haven't they? Did they look at it? We don't know. They may have it. But the idea becomes they must have it because they're not saying anything. But let me ask you this question. Do you all think that they're doing everything the way a normal investigation would have been done?
No.
Of course not. So
no.
when you have that they're not doing something that probably wouldn't have not been done, that's what makes everything in play. That brings everything to the table. Okay. And that's why I bring that out as I don't know if they did or not, but I'm going to go with it. Since no one's talking about it, I'm going to say, other than Savannah, I'm going to say that journal is crucial and they don't have it because they haven't talked about it. You know what I mean? Not to say they don't have it, just that. Morning, Carolina girl. Morning. Click that likes, everybody, as you come in on all the channels. KB Nanos is bipolar. Probably. Carol, I'm here. Sorry, I'm multitasking. You're good, Carol. Bruce, hey, dun. Bruce, dun. Very Joshua says very organized, not amateur for sure. Josh, I don't think it's amateur, to be honest, but I don't think it's nowhere near mid-level professional even. I think this was planned, but it wasn't planned, in my opinion, it wasn't planned sophisticatedly. I know they haven't been caught. I get that. But I don't think it was sophisticatedly planned. I think this was a opportunity that they talked about, whoever did this, and try to figure out how they could make some money. I think that's the level that I'm seeing, which is it was planned. It wasn't just stopping by and seeing Nancy or thinking they could get her, because there's too many steps that someone had to know. Too many specifics, even if she was even going to be there that night, know. So that's why I say that. Sam says the sheriff did some swabbing, but they did paternity tests, not the DNA. Laughing out loud. Honest mistake. I would see where you were going with that. They wanted to know with nano hose the daddy. Okay, I gotta go. I can't answer that one. Did you guys read that one by Sam?
No,
I think I missed it. I heard you.
Funny. That was funny. Okay, right. So now Oleg says hired homeless people. See, I'm not. I don't think they were that much of a dummy that they were going to hire homeless, because you can't control really what homeless will say. I mean, let's just be honest. But it's possible. It is possible. Drew says, DD, so what is the light call he had? Would that be anything? What was the light call? You mean at the front door? You're talking about the mouth light that they use? I think that's what you're talking about. I think.
The bite light.
The bite light. There you go. The bite light. I think that's what you're talking about, Bruce.
Were you talking about when you said, did you read that? Was that Oleg or some? Or
Oleg.
no.
Oleg.
No,
Sam. That was Sam.
Did you read Oleg's?
Let
me read it. When my
ahead.
journals are found. Oh man, that went away. Hold on. I can't do this. I got 2 computers, 2 keyboards, 2 chats, 2 mouse. When my journals are found, I have loads. My relatives will think I am a serial unaliver.
Yeah. Don't
that.
go looking at my search history.
Yeah, don't look at my notes and shit.
We're all
Like
criminals.
it'll be knives, guns, killers, whatever. Like, wow.
Oh, Lord. Barney says, I'm thinking he had to have set that flashlight down somewhere on some point inside the house, countertop, table. You would think. And if he didn't set it down somewhere, and these are the things that Chris was talking about earlier, nothing's ever done perfectly. That's a very good example of something not being done perfectly. He has it. He's tired of going into his pocket with his gloves to put it in. Now he's like, just shit. I'll just sit it right here. That type of thing. Not thinking, hey, dumbass, you just had that in your mouth. You probably just put some DNA. That's why it was crucial that they would have swabbed everything. And the only reason I'm saying they didn't swab everything is because they left that house. They gave it back to the family way too damn soon. I'm talking a day and a half, probably at max. You can't swab everything in that short amount of time. Hell, you probably don't have that many swabs with you at a time, so I just don't see that happening. Just
I
my
mean, when you look at it and you think about the first time that we were all able to see what was going on there. 857 was there quick, you know what I mean? And some of the news people and stuff. But even before they turned the house back to the family, they were all in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, into the front door, out the front door, in and out of the garage. I mean, there was people everywhere. So any of that good evidence that they could have been looking for, who knows what happened to it? Annie and Tommaso, they were in the house.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
which is normal. I mean, that's not a
Right.
problem because they just were learning that the mother was missing. So
Right.
who knows what they touched?
Right. But that's the whole thing. When you swab everything on that swab, you're going to have where you swabbed it from, what time you swabbed it, who was the guy, the swabber, for better lack of word. You're going to have all that information on that cylinder of that swab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the reason you have it is for when they test it and they do see, oh, we got fingerprints on, the countertop of Nancy. Well, they're probably going to dismiss it because Tommaso is the son-in-law or Annie is the daughter. Now, here's the part that they won't dismiss. Let's say he put that bite light, came out of his mouth and landed on the bed, and you had some saliva there. Now they're going to ask, why is there saliva on the bed sheet? Now that I would bring him in as to question him, and I would say, look, this is what I need to know. Were you ever on her bed? Were you ever? Oh, no, I never tucked her in. That I never touched her. Follow me? I never tucked her in or helped her to her bedroom. That was always that was always Annie that did that. I never did that. Okay. Well, now he's literally telling you shouldn't find anything like that on her bed. You follow me? It's an example. And so then when they come back later and they're asking him these questions, now they're going to start asking these questions, and they're probably going to ask him, will you be willing to take a polygraph? And at that polygraph, it's not to admit anybody guilt or not. What it is to see if they're right on the track that these detectives are going. These investigators are they on the right track? So then you would ask them questions and on the polygraph, and then you would throw that question in there. Were you ever on that bed? And if he says no, and that thing is reading as it's going through, it's reading that lie. Guess what? We got a problem. Now, they're not going to tell him right away, oh, this thing say you're lying. They're going to wait. Then they're going to go back, and then they're going to probably rehash that conversation. Then they're going to go ahead and say, hey, at the end, they're going to say, well, how would your fluid get on that sheet? Well, what do you mean? Well, I don't know. You tell us, well, how did you get the fluid on your fluid DNA is on her bedspread.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got to think. And that's when you start seeing that brain. That's when you start seeing those 3 whites. Remember the 3 whites?
Mm-hmm.
That's when you start seeing the shifting. I don't know. I didn't do it. And that's when hey, we might have something here. Okay. That person is not going to be, you may leave it alone for just a few, because after you hammer him, you're going to let him ponder and think and sweat about it. Right. And you'll come back to interrogate him later. Not, I don't mean like days later. I mean, like in a little bit later, let him stool over it. How they're going to know I did something. If in fact you did do something, that's how that works. And it makes perfect sense, because we've all been in a position that at one time in our lives, we were hoping something wasn't come out or something. And then we're like, oh God, man, are they going to find out about this and this and this and that? And the more you sit there and stool over it, the more you start getting a little bit hot, a little bit tense, a little bit, you follow me? And then they go back to that. And now they got you right where they want you. It's just, that's how processes usually would work. Barney says, I'm thinking he had to have a set. Yes, that's a very good point, Barney. Very good point. Jim, April, Annie, I think you and me have some same thoughts. I'm a Dreamer says, I don't think I heard about a journal. Yes, that was mentioned by Savannah in one of her conversations. That was mentioned by Savannah, literally. And that was towards the beginning. Annie, I believe who had the journal. I believe who had that journal. I don't know who had the journal. I wouldn't doubt it if it was probably the most likely person is probably going to be A or T. I mean, that's just the most obvious, but we don't know. But that's what I would go with. And if I was a sheriff or if I was the investigators, not the sheriff, the investigators, because they're the ones that handle the case, I would ask, I would tell people, so we are looking for, kind of like when you're looking for evidence, right? Or you're looking for a person, the description. I would ask, so there was apparently a journal out there that we are looking for. See who reacts to it. See who makes the move like, oh God, they're going to look for that journal. You see, a lot of it is also you're setting up people to go ahead and react to some of the questions you are asking. That's a whole part of the investigation as well. So let me move on. Carolina, thank you so much for supporting the channel, my friend. Appreciate that. Deb, what's happened with requests contacting them again to dismiss nanos? Haven't heard. Very true, Deb. Very good point.
What, you talking about the votes that they need? Is that what she was talking about?
What happened with requests contacting them again to dismiss nanos? Yeah, I don't think that. Well, right now,
that's over and done.
I think what she's talking about is, you remember how they said that they had what was it? The Attorney General looking at whether he was going to file charges on nanos. I think that's what she's referring to, right, Doug?
Yes. The town council sent it, kicked the can to the AG.
Right. Oh, right. Hang on a second, everybody. So yeah, I think that's exactly what she's talking about.
Is this the first time I heard that she sent anything?
Yeah.
But is that they sent anything? Is that for the arrests of the guys or
no?
Of the
For him. That what's going on is the DA is looking whether he's going to end up charging the sheriff for the things that were brought up that he did not disclose. Correct, Doug? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would be like the perjury and
all that.
the election interference, and there was a few other things. Not disclosing the things that happened back in San Antonio before he came over. So yeah, a lot of people think there was crimes within that. So,
well, yeah, he kicked the shit out of that.
So what they're looking basically is what they ended up doing is it's not just that they didn't vote to remove him. What they elected to do was send it to the DA and let him make the decision. Is there enough here? So now the DA has it, and that's what the latest word is that no one knows yet if he's going to file charges, because if he does, that would be a way to remove him.
Isn't that her? Isn't it a her though?
No, I'm talking about nanos. The person who's going to
DA is a female, though. I think. Chris.
Yeah, it's a her though. It's the one that she's the crooked one. She's
but here's the thing: if you're crooked and he's crooked, and you can give him up because he's crooked and he's out the door. You cut your losses and say, man, I'd rather get rid of him, because if I don't get rid of him, he'll try to get rid of me.
Well, I think I think that would be in her best interest, because she was in trouble herself.
Right.
So she should just be like, yep, that's it. We're
You're
done.
gone.
You know what I mean? See ya.
Did you all a favor, everybody?
Well, I mean, look at, and I'm going to say this until the day I'm not here anymore. He had the boys arrested. That's illegal.
Yep.
He broke the law. No matter what way you want to look at it, he broke the law by having his guys go do it. So he deserves to be. I don't even care if you charge the guy. he deserves to be fired. You're
agree.
out of here, dude. You broke the law. You're gone. Have a good day. That's all they need. You're
That is
out of
very
here.
true.
Goodbye. Leave. Right now, I think if you live in Arizona, that's all you want. Get the hell out of here, dude. Take your Corvette and go. I don't give a shit. Get out of here. Right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Nancy is, still missing, and it's this big, huge thing. But see you, pal. Have a good one.
And he probably would have been fired already had he been an appointed sheriff. But since he's an elected sheriff, it's a lot harder to remove him from that office.
Right. And most sheriffs are elected.
Yes.
Very rare do you have sheriffs that are not elected.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, the only reason the big problem started when the other sheriff decided it was time to move on and appointed, Nanos.
Right.
Then is when the whole he had to start to run again, but didn't he lose the first time?
He lost the first time.
Yeah, and then he came back a few years, 4
Yeah.
years later, and then he won, and now he's been in the crooked sheriff for the rest of everybody's lives. You know what I mean? I mean, even what he did to the lady,
Right.
the lady that ran against him. And I know I heard the other day somebody had mentioned somewhere, I don't know where it was, but she was not fired. She was put to the jail. She ended up working in the jail,
So
and
they
then
put her back as a jailer.
they put her in the jail.
That's a big ass. Hey, everybody, that's a big demotion. If you don't know.
Yeah, well, her first demotion was she was bound to her house for a little while.
Right, that is true. I remember that, and so
Like,
she
hell,
couldn't really
the
even
hell
run
with
and
you,
get out
dude.
there. Yeah,
And then to the jail, but then she quit, and she works for another sheriff's department now. She should come back and run.
I mean, to go from running for a sheriff because you were a deputy to being house confined, and then so you can't even go, because he put a gag order on her, so you can't even campaign, and then on top of that, you're going to send her to the jailer as a jailer. If you guys don't know the jailer, it's like the beginning steps of going to become a deputy.
Yeah,
it's the
so
bottom of the barrel.
To the beginning.
So she's going back to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Has to climb her way. Hell yes, I would have left too, especially and you're going to make contacts, especially that other departments would hire you in a heartbeat.
Right. Well, that's another reason he should be in jail himself.
Yeah.
That you don't do something like that. She didn't do anything wrong. You can't.
She ran against them. That's the threat.
But I don't remember what I was going to say.
That's one of the worst crimes he committed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The election interference is a really
absolutely
big one.
And he did.
Yeah, I mean,
it affects everybody.
Is that federal? No. Election?
Could be, depending on. Well, this was for a state position.
Just state.
Yeah, I just think it's going to stay in the state, to be honest.
And, I think that's one of the biggest problems that we've all learned over the past, I'm just going to call it 7 months, because that's where we're working to, is that once you become a sheriff, you run it all. You are the end of all. I mean,
that's why they have a lot of power, man. It's not
Pima County. Nanos is the man. If he wants you gone, you're gone. If he wants you in jail, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
And I understand that's how sheriffs and stuff work, but nobody should have that amount of power.
We had a guy out here that was sheriff, right a little bit above, if I'm not mistaken, 45 years. 45 years. This man, I mean, he seemed like a nice guy on surface, but he was bought and paid for over and over and over again.
That's why he was there for 45 years.
They finally they had an unaliving at one of the jails, one of his jails. They had an unaliving, and it was because a person, a deputy, I should say a deputy. Well, they're all deputies, but a jailer deputy went ahead and was transporting this one individual. He didn't like what the guy said to him. He choked him out in the elevator. Choked him out, and he became deceased. So they started looking into that. Not that, he could make it go away, but, it got word, and then the word got out and all that. And next thing you know, you had the FBI come in, and they had to investigate it. And when they started talking to a lot of the other individuals in jail, there was like 4 or 5 deputies, jailers, that were relieved of their duty. He was sent to prison, and that individual I'm talking about, the sheriff, he was forced to resign. It wasn't even charges on him. He just had to resign because he had tampered with some evidence. He tried to squash it because of all the power he had gained for over 45 years. This is why I made the comment before the other night. When a sheriff has been there too long, he becomes the problem. He is no longer, he's bought and paid for because of the fact that he's not going to look at things objectively anymore. It's going to be more personal for him, and that's what happens. So this guy ended up having to resign. They tried several times to get him to resign, and he wouldn't. He just kept winning because the people kept electing him. But the people who knew the inside stories of what was going on in that jail, they eventually, after the FBI came in, they forced him out, and he resigned, or take charges and go to jail. So he wasn't going to do that, so he just resigned.
Yeah, because that's what they usually do.
And this guy's only been a sheriff for like what? Not even 4 years. Because he took over for the other guy, and then he finished his term, and then he ran and he lost, and then he ran again and we won. So he's only been sheriff for a little bit of time, right?
Yeah, the rest was just a deputy.
Yeah, so it's like, how much power does one man have when he is a sheriff? Well, he's proven there's a hell of a lot of power on his end.
Well, I don't mind if you keep the election going. That's fine. I don't care. Yeah, elect the sheriff, but the sheriff should have to answer to the mayor or the governor.
Yeah,
the mayor is the person I'm the mayor of this place.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have to bow down to you.
Right.
Sorry,
right.
That's not how it happens. So the mayor should be responsible. Well, in charge of the sheriff too. Maybe not in charge, but hey, look it. You gotta answer to the mayor.
Well, the mayor
is everybody else.
The mayor. The problem with as a sheriff or any authority of law enforcement, the retaliation is so high that's what you have to worry about. Even as a mayor, you have to worry about. You say, well, if you're doing everything right, well, no, let's not kid ourselves. A lot of these people don't do everything right. That's the problem. It's always having dirt on somebody else. That's why, like, a governor could actually say, this is what we're going to do. And if the sheriff doesn't have any pull on that with him, well, then, he may be stuck. But if he knows dirty laundry from even the governor, guess what? They're all going to wipe their hands with each other.
Right. Well, I mean, the two things that kill me. Well, one thing that kills me is that. Here's two things. The other thing is, if he doesn't have to answer to the mayor, then he should have to answer to the council like they requested he to do, and the council should have the power to remove him.
Right.
That's all. You don't have to answer to the mayor. Just the council can remove you.
Well, the council can, and that a lot of times that's because they have to do a recall.
Which they do, and they couldn't even get 15,000 votes.
Nope.
And what does that tell me, or what does that tell us, is that Pima County doesn't give a crap.
Exactly.
I thought that they changed even the standards of what they needed to get a recall.
20,000,
something like they changed the dynamic so it'd be harder to get rid of the sheriff.
Yeah.
Well, in Pima County, all I know is that in Pima County they said they needed 123, but that's just to bring the case forward. That doesn't get him ousted.
Hey,
That
that's 123,000 verified with
yes.
a notary.
Yes. And they
That
couldn't
ain't
even get
happening.
the last time I saw, I think it was like around 12,000 they had
Yeah.
or 13,000. But here's the thing, like I just said, if everybody is so upset and so mad about the sheriff, all you got to do is come out and sign the petition.
Yeah.
And they got how many people there? How many million? What is it?
Yeah, it's one of the bigger places, I thought.
2 million something?
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that. But
they have a lot. They got more than enough.
yeah, so all you have to do is, and it always comes down to the voters and stuff like that. But if you guys aren't happy in Pima County, that's your fault right now.
Yep.
It's
absolutely.
you guys is fine. And I'm not blaming anybody. You know what I'm saying? But
But
you guys
they
have the
could fix the problem if they all came together.
You have one big party on a weekend, man. You can get all those signatures in no time. At the park, hey, shit, free food, come and sign. Like, you know what I mean? You could do it. But, there's no
Very well said.
explanation.
Very well said. So April has, Savannah said it on an interview with Hoda. She's talking about literally the journal that we were talking about. I knew I heard it somewhere. I just didn't know. I know Savannah said it. I just didn't know with who, but April just clarified that for me, that it was with Hoda when she did an interview with Hoda, the journal. So if you go look at that video, you'll see where she talks about that.
Yeah, a song in my heart. You never know. I mean, it's possible they voted on the party and not the person.
Right.
I mean, here's the other thing, too. As far as I could see and read and learn, that when he came to Pima County, they were unaware of the stuff that happened in Texas. Because, I mean, again, we could be crooked, but you're going to tell me that if they knew everything about him, they would have hired him as the sheriff?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, but who knows? Could be, but
Jim, I haven't heard anything about the journal. Any bingo, Chris? Bingo, Chris. Bruce, Carol, how have you? Yeah, you won a bingo.
Yes.
Carol, how have you been? Okay, here we go. We're gonna move on down. Melly, please hit the likes and subscribe, everybody. Do me that favor. Get that shit going. For a better lack of words.
Did you just swear?
No, I said poop.
Wow. Where's your wife? Take soap in his mouth.
I didn't think so. I don't think so, DD. Okay, wait a minute. Bruce says, no, I don't think so, DD. Let me see what Bruce said up here. Carol, have you done any flag waving, my friend? I'm not sure what that's about, but then Bruce comes in here and says, no, I don't think so, DD. I'm not sure what you don't think, but okay, sounds good. Carolina girl, A&T did remove a lot of boxes of things from the house. She did, absolutely. And that journal could have been in there. That is correct. That's a very good point, Carolina girl. Very good point. Annie, Melly, Purple, lack of information leads to speculation. Well said. Jolene, welcome in, Jolene. Bruce Davis, DD, do you think I should start journaling my life in the Philippines? I would. Why not? I mean, hey, I tell you what, like I said before, I had 19 people in my family. I would love to have just wish I would have done a journal on the life of how the family, progressed. I think that's a good idea. I would. Seriously, on a serious note. April Purple, I agree. You would think family would say more to stop the speculation. Absolutely. Well said, April. Bruce, hey, Jolene. Oleg, when my journals are found, I have loads. My relatives will think I am. Yeah, no doubt. All of us, for that matter. Didi, Chris, Doug, about Light Guy. Do you think any anything about taking out on hand? Do you think anything about taking out on hand? About the light guy. Do you think anything? I'm not sure I follow Bruce, to be honest. But if you're talking about Krista, what about the light guy? Do you think anything about taking out on hand? As far as you're talking about, like putting it in his hand? Yeah, absolutely, I do. There you
Yeah.
go, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Bruce?
Not much.
Sorry to say, I saw Savannah this morning. She looks awful. She needs to talk before something happens. Nelly, April forgot to say thank you for sharing my link earlier. All right, just trying to get through these guys. Sorry, I'm behind. Annie, I agree with what is showing in her face. Annie, because she knows, in my opinion, who did it. Yeah, I mean, she's got that gut feeling, I would say. It's a very good point. Bruce, Melly, do you have channel drop link? If you do.
Yeah.
Sam, if they released the house in a day and a half and did not realize a crime was committed, third day, how was any swabbing prints, tire impressions taken? Well, that's the whole point, Sam. That was why I was saying earlier that that's what they needed to do was a lot of swabbing. And there's no way they could have done that much swabbing when they gave the house back so fast. That's the whole point. So, yeah, there's no way it could have been done. That's my point.
Yeah.
There is Melly's YouTube. Thank you, April. Okay, here we go. Ole, would they have found it odd if they didn't find A&T's DNA everywhere, like not enough as the place was so clean? That's a good point, Ole. So it's almost like that reverse thing, right? So you don't find hardly any of their fingerprints anywhere because they overcompensated and cleaned everything so fine. That's a very good point. You would
Devil
think they
Dog.
would. Go ahead.
Devil Dog. What's the reason for them to go back this late? Like I think somebody said one of the was it? I don't know if it's Pima or the FBI that went back.
FBI.
Why would they go back this late?
Because they're going back with the new set of eyes. In other words, they have other people that are looking at it, other agents, and like they do a rotation. So new people leave and other people come in. And it's always good to go back to the beginning because what one person sees, another person may not see. You know what I mean? What I'm focused on, I've been in this case so long that what I'm seeing is the same thing I've been seeing. You put all of a sudden you put fresh eyes on it, and now when you start doing that, you're looking at different angles that maybe the person before you wasn't looking at because that wasn't where he was at. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so it's always good to have more eyes on a case, and they do the rotation. The FBI, they do the rotation quite often because of that reason. They want, I mean, when I look at something, I'm only going to get so much out of it, right? But if I take that same thing out of the equation, take me out of the equation and put somebody else in it, you always are going to find something different that I didn't see. And that's the whole concept.
Right. So you see something, and then Doug and Chris come back, and maybe they spot something that, you're saying, you didn't see.
That I missed. Yeah, absolutely.
So is that probably another reason too? Is because it was quick? I mean, I don't know how many hours it was.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Look, you just can't do all the things you need to do in a day and a half to 2 days. Okay, it takes a while. I mean, if you're doing everything methodically, it takes a while to do a search. We're not talking about a search. We're talking about literally evidence being gotten from every crack and cranny. Every fingerprint done. I mean, I would have had tried to find fingerprints everywhere because here's the thing: all you're trying to do is find the fingerprint and or the DNA that doesn't belong in that house. You know, I come across a fingerprint that's from Joe Smuckatelli, and we gotta start going, okay, it's not you, it's not you. Hey, who's Joe Smuckatelli? Got a clue, don't know. That may be a guy we need to talk to. Follow me? And then that's where it starts. So it's always good to take as much as you can, even though some of it is going to offset each other because of the fact that you expect to find fingerprints of A&T, maybe even of Cam in Savannah. You almost find, right, that you're going to find that even the son of A&T, you're going to find fingerprints like that. But when you find an anomaly that doesn't have that, that's when you know you got something.
I don't know what the percentage is, but my guess would be at least 95, 95, maybe 98% is because they were I think, weren't they the caretaker of Miss Nancy?
For the most part, Bruce, they were the caretaker. They were the ones who kind of, like, to my understanding, they were in charge of her money, paying the bills with her money.
Okay.
They had power of attorney. They were basically, in essence, they were closest to her because they were there. In other words, so they were handling all her dynamics she needed to be handled. And that could be why they wanted her to move in with them, but she
said no.
It appears reluctantly didn't want to. Yeah. The place, Josh says, the place was a zoo with media everywhere. Nanos loved the media. Oh, he loved it until people started complaining. And then he just wanted to get everybody the hell out of there. That is very good. Very true. Annie Oleg, that's probably not saying because they were always in the house. Very true. Bruce, beautiful song, Melly. Great job, dear. Song in my heart. Morning. Good to have you, Song in my heart. Pam. Yeah, that would be if you had a right sheriff that does the right thing, but Nanos boxed it. It looks that way, Pam. It looks that way.
Okay, so what would you do, Double Dog, if you were the show? Okay, let's say you're the head guy. Okay, do you have all the media out there? Do you tape it way down? No. What do you do? Do you let them up there?
No, and I've said this before. I blocked that road coming into the entryway on that Catalina foothill, that main drive. I would have anybody coming in all the way to the main road, okay, where it comes in. And the only people that would be in and out would be the people that live in that vicinity. Okay, that would be the only people that would be able to leave and come back because they live there. You can't stop them from going ahead and continuing their, what they're doing in life. So I would block all that off. I would not allow any streamer to be out there, any news media to be out there. And I know people say, well, it's the freedom of press and this and that and the other. That's all fine. You're just going to have to cover that case from way over there, not here.
Yeah.
and that's just the reality because of the fact that we don't know. If I'm looking at this case, I don't know which way. Like I can, we don't even know now with all the information we know. We don't even know, did they come through the front door or the back door? Did they come through the garage? We don't even know how did the blood get to the front porch. So everybody says, well, maybe they came through the front because that's where the blood's at. Well, maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they went straight across the road. You understand? So you can't trample over possible evidence. Okay. So what I would do is from one end to the other, I'd block so no one's coming down that street. Now, if somebody has to get around, we'll make you a little drive around the dirt, where the little bushes and all that. We'll make you a little drive so you can go ahead and get in and out. But you're not going to be trampling over the evidence. That's the one thing they didn't do, in my opinion, is the very first thing when they went to secure that area, they didn't secure it nowhere. I mean, like God, people were standing right in front of the mailbox looking at her house. Now it's not a big deal to look at her house. It is a big deal if for some reason there was evidence all the way up to that point. Okay. And because you don't know that, that's why you go ahead and you tape it off. And so that's what I would have done. And I mean, that's just, that's what should have been done. Not what I would have done. That's what should have been done.
Yeah, what we seen at LD's on SWAT day is what should have happened at Nancy's on day one.
Absolutely. Well said. Well said. No doubt. So that's how I would have handled it.
Day one and a half. Day one and a half, maybe not the first day.
Well,
Not the first.
not the first day, because you're still trying to. As soon as you find out there's foul play, that's when you're going to make that decision.
Yeah, because the first day, I'm not even going to say the first day. The first couple hours was she was just, here we go eating again.
Walk off. They
Mouth
considered
full of
her a
food.
walk off.
So
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if this is going to sound stupid to people. Maybe it won't. But here's the thing that I've heard you guys say when I started watching everybody. Okay, is they took the thing off too quick. Everything was done. Next thing you know, you got pizza. You got somebody ordered a pizza to go all the way up. The guy goes all the way up there, stomping around. Okay, whatever. Not his fault. Not on purpose. All right. You have regular news people going and videoing and actually showing everybody the step. People walking along. I don't think. I don't care if I was allowed to go on somewhere or not. I do not want to be walking on something. Maybe other people's like, well, this isn't a big deal. It's over with. The tape's done. The sheriff already took everything and it's all gone. No, I don't want to walk on something as much as I would have loved to have been right up there. I'm not there. I've never been to that Arizona, but all I'm saying is it could mess up a lot more. People stomping on there, pizza guy, news people, and whoever else decides to walk up in there. So what are your thoughts on all the people? Does that screw up investigations after everything's done and over with and they say the house is done?
Well, that's the whole problem. The whole problem is that once you give the house back, you're done. You're done collecting evidence. That's what you're telling the judge. You're done. So when the FBI came back because they wanted to go back in there, they have to go get another basically warrant to go ahead and do this, and they're going to secure the house again. That's what they did. They went back, said, sorry, judge, we need to get that house back. Well, didn't you just give it back to the people? Yeah, but so now what becomes a hindrance is everything, not everything, but most things that were now uncovered, that let's say the FBI finds some DNA that no one else seen. They may not be able to use it.
Exactly.
Where they may not be able to use it because it's literally fruit of the poisonous tree, which means somebody could have planted it there when you gave the house back. So, and the reason, to answer your question on the trampling of everything, that people were walking, the pizza guy and all this other stuff. Well, it's because media is out there and media wants to cover the story, which I don't have no problem with it. It's what we do all the time. The problem that I have is they don't care. I say this respectfully, not in a mean way. You say you wouldn't want to trample over anything because of evidence. I'm telling you, that's not even a play if you're covering a story, because you're going to want to get what you can get, right? What you can get to somebody else can get is going to make your story that much more better.
Well, if me and Chris are trampling along everywhere and we're videotaping, okay, I understand that. But if we're tramping along and I decide to start, putting, look around here, this house going around to the back, whatever it was, okay, and touching stuff, okay, I get what you're saying, Devil Dog. But what I'm saying is okay, they cut it off fine. You're saying, okay, it's not trampled on. But what happens when they come back, the next set of people? All right, your fingerprints and all this other kind of crap is on there because you're videotaping. Well, this is what this was, and okay, I get that. You're not a part of that. You're not doing anything wrong. But all I'm saying is I wouldn't, because to me, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a police officer, and so maybe I think that it might hurt something. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to hurt anything.
No, you're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, and you're not wrong. I mean, also you got to remember that house is private property, so you can't just go on someone's property. Now we've seen pizza delivery guy We've seen a couple other people, obviously some family members that went into that house, right? A lot of people were going in that house, and I'm not talking about streamers. I'm talking about people, for whatever reasons, putting locks in, putting new cameras in, whatever in the hell they were doing. That should have never happened. That should have never happened. But, and I'm not saying that if you by you not doing it, like, you know, that's wrong. By no way means. What I'm saying is just you can't give the house back so fast without having everything done. I just don't think there was not enough time for everything to get done. So therefore, would I even go in the house? No, I wouldn't go in the house. I wouldn't go by the house. I wouldn't go into the property because it's not my property. You know what I mean?
What about
And
you,
yet
Chris?
people
What do
were
you
still
think?
doing that.
What about you, Chris and Doug? What do you guys think?
What do I think about trouncing on all the evidence they could have stood on? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm between two chats, daydreaming, watching
Yeah,
DD.
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, here, the first thing for me is this from the get-go, where everything got ruined was when the two deputies showed up to the missing person call. And it's not their fault, number one. They got a call for a missing person, so they went there for a missing person, not a kidnapping, not any type of a crime, just a missing person. So they pulled in, they walked around, they did whatever. Obviously, when they were inside, and that's what I want to see. Those first two deputies, I want their body cam footage from when they first got there, because if there was anything disrupted in the house, they saw it. They made the call and said, hey, this is more than a missing person. But that call came that day, right? That call came that day at some point in the evening time. You started seeing more people show up. And yeah, I would be on the same page as Doug would be. That area now, once you said to me, hey, something strange happened here, okay, close it down. That's what happens. I mean, usually when you get to a scene and there's a crime here, all right, we'll shut it down. Tape, get out, don't move, stay there, watch that, don't touch this, watch that. That's what they do. Hey, you stay with that blood, and then the tape goes up. And then for the streamers and the news, look it. I can put up yellow tape anywhere we want. The police can. It's a crime scene. They can put up yellow tape all the way down 6 blocks away if they want to. Hey, we're looking for crime. This is a crime scene. They drove in and drove out somehow. So, yeah, I would have said, and all that it would have had to have been said the first few days, even a little bit later on, is, hey, news people and streamers, look at, we got to lock this area down. Can you guys move down to this staging area? Because they can have you removed off the area and give you a state. Your staging area is at the church. That's where the news and media has to go. They could have closed that whole area down. That's in their hands. They allowed the streamers and the news to stay there. So that was all their fault. And so the sheriff's office, look at, have they dealt with a case? I mean, they got lots of cases of missing people and unaliving and stuff like that, but I'm not sure if they've ever had a case with that much media at one time. They may have, but I probably not. With streamers and media like that, I mean, it was like, remember the first couple of days, guys? There was like 857, the local KOLD, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
And then like 2 days later, you just thought like, I don't even know. There was media from everywhere, the trucks and stuff. It got out of hand, quick, but they allowed it. And, for the first deputies, like I said, the first deputies that got there, I want that body cam footage so bad, because that, I don't think we'll ever see it. I mean, you can foyer it, but I don't think we're ever going to see any of it. I don't think they want us to see any of it. I mean, but those, again, like everybody knows, the first 48 hours is the most important thing, right? But so let's say because I don't know the specific time. I think it was like around, was it like around 4, in between like 4 and 6, when like everybody else started to show up,
Yeah, kind of like about there. Yeah.
somewhere in there where, because that's finally the call was made that said, hey, this is more than a missing person.
Mm-hmm.
Let's send out the troops. And then my problem with that is here we are. Let's just say, I'm just going to say 4. It could be wrong, so don't hold me to that. I'm just going to say 4 o'clock. That wasn't crime scene people. That wasn't detectives. That was just deputies there. The detectives didn't get called in till the next day at 2 p.m. That's when the detectives showed up. So you're talking from, let's just say 12 o'clock, the beginning day, and they didn't come until 2 p.m. the next day. So what was done that entire time at the house? Were they just standing guard? And who were all the people in and out? I mean, those are questions I do have.
Right. I agree. I totally agree. Welcome in, Joan. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
I have a very important question.
Yep.
You know it's going to be stupid, right?
No.
What did you eat?
So,
what did the wife make you?
She made me what you guys would call, she made me eggs, potatoes, and bacon mixed together.
Oh, stuffed. I love it.
It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite for mornings.
Oh, yeah. Put that in between, like,
a tortilla,
bagel.
put it in a bagel, put a tortilla, put it.
Man.
You got it.
Can you put an order in for me, please?
Yeah, Chris would like an order.
You can just airmail it to me. I'll get on the e-bike. I'll be there. Nice.
Annie, 3629, from him to working with crime, whatever he does, he knows how to clean up out whatever. True. He would know probably how to clean up. I don't know if he would have the right tools to literally get rid of things that he thinks he's getting rid of, like blood. Tommaso. She's saying,
remember what he did in school. What did he teach?
Biology.
And what else?
Crime scene.
So, I mean, these are the things. Like, I mean, that's perfect. Like, these are the things that, and you can't tell me that there can't be one person in either of these chats that can tell me that when we first started hearing all this stuff, that they didn't make themselves look guilty as F.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
I
A and B made themselves look guilty. Whether or not they are or they aren't, whatever, but they made themselves look guilty.
They put themselves in that position, man.
Exactly.
Really
covering their faces, which is ridiculous. Why would you cover your face? You have nothing to hide, or do you? But we already know what you look like, so what the hell?
Right. I totally agree.
And now, they're missing. They are gone. Where are they? Right? I mean, your mother is still gone. It's 7 months later, and your mother's still missing. Where are you guys? Where's Cameron? What's with the hiding? What is the big? I don't know. I think when they went missing, they've been gone for what, Doug? 2.5 months?
Yeah. Oh, at least, yeah.
At least, maybe 3. When I noticed that people started saying, geez, we haven't seen them, and they've been gone and they're gone, and we know that. It was around the time where certain little tidbits of this case started to flow out. Hey, here's this, the text messages from, Colella to them. If you remember, right around that court date, and questions that started coming up, God bless you, God bless you, that God bless you again. God bless you again.
Thank you.
4 God blesses, man. Jesus.
Thank
right
you.
around when all that text messages and asking why started coming out, they were gone.
Yeah.
And then his court date, they were goodbye, see you later. Why? You going on vacation in the middle of all this?
It sends a bad
Correct.
it just sends a bad signal to me.
Yeah, it puts a
It
bad
really does.
taste in your mouth. And
Yep.
And the only one since they're I hate to say it, like, because I think their first two interviews, well, their two pleas that they made, I'm sorry, but they look like fools to me. I'm sorry. Like Savannah, let's remove Savannah. Annie was so fake. Like, it just drives me crazy. That's so yeah.
I agree.
They all made themselves look guilty. Even Savannah made herself look guilty with just by, where are you, dude? Like, look at here. First of all, and I said this the first time. If I'm Savannah and this is my, and this is my mother, and obviously Savannah's more good looking than I am. So, sorry, but work. I'm rich. My husband's rich. I'm done. I got to go with my mother. I'm moving my family to Arizona to figure this out. I'm not going back and forth from here to there to there to here to here to there. No way. Sorry. If you guys can't give me a leave of absence from work, then here's my, I'm done. I quit. See you later. Goodbye. And this stupid TV show, I'm done. Find somebody else for now.
Yep, I agree.
My mother's missing. If this was true legit, is there any one person, again, in either of these chats that would give up? Well, no, she is pretty not the best looking right now. But anyways, is there anybody in here that would not move there and figure this shit out if it's legit? And if there is, that's a problem with me. I'm not, game shows or not, I don't need the money, and
yep.
I'm sorry, man. Her husband, I know I've talked about him before, but Jesus Christ, he's got more power than a lot of people in government. You can't tell me they can't pull strings with he can call the president whatever he wants. Hey, Trump, I need you. We need give me the CIA, give me everything. I'm sorry. It's just something's wrong. Something don't sit right. You know what I'm saying? Like, help me out. You have everything at your fingertips. You have every aspect of the government if you need it. You offered it. You know what I mean? Same for Nanos. The president sat on live TV and said, I am willing and ready to send whatever you need. Just call us. Okay. Really, come on, dude. It's just like, it aggravates me because it's, it's an 84-year-old woman that has, just nobody's helping, the only people keeping this thing alive. And hey, listen, if it wasn't for the streamers, let's just say we'll take 2 months off this right now. We'll take 3 months off this. And we'll leave it right around 4 months. You wouldn't even be talking about this anymore. Because it would have been over and done with. Because the big time media was gone. Why did they leave? Well, one, there was nothing for them to cover. They're not paying those guys to sit in front of Nancy's house and do nothing. Right? There's other news. So when they were gone, I expected that they were sitting around, the sheriffs and stuff, say, hey, once the big time media is gone, the streamers will be gone. It will be fine. It'll be quiet. Well, you know what? That didn't happen. The streamers stayed, did what they needed to do, and kept this alive. And we're still right here. It's still tops on every YouTube live or every YouTube panel you see. It's something to do with Nancy, right? Because it's number one in this country, probably in the world. Most people probably don't even know who she is. But You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
do you follow me?
I do.
I mean, it's ridiculous when you really do sit back and think about it. Hey, this lady's missing. And, you know, the only people doing anything about it is the boots on the ground there and us. We're trying.
I
I
agree.
mean, we're trying. I mean, look at the people that we talk to. You know what I'm saying? We got cops, we got doctors, we got, you know, we got people that interview lawyers and FBI people, and yet not a damn thing.
That is true.
Not even an inkling of anything. Like, and can anybody, and I know we talk about this all the time too, Doug, I mean, Bruce, anybody in this chat, anybody, Double D, why are they hiding the video from us? I mean, is there any one good reason? Nobody can give me a good reason of why they're hiding the video.
Well, the only thing I can think of, honestly, is that the only thing I can think of about the video, hiding the video, is that, I know it sounds crazy, but if they go ahead and give us that video, it's going to sound crazy. There would probably be people on the ground that could and possibly find out who that person is.
Of course.
And then they're doing the work that law enforcement should be doing, and it doesn't look good.
No,
That's
not
the
at all.
only thing I can think of, honestly. Or that they would be looking into this individual and could scare him away, and then they can't find this individual. Those are the only two
He's
possibilities.
gone, dude. Whoever that was is gone.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, I get you. No, that's legit. I mean, look at, if the video came out today that said, this is the guy who took Nancy Guthrie. We, me, you, Doug, Bruce, everybody in this chat, you probably couldn't even log into Instagram or Facebook if we found that, because everybody would be looking for this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
Look at, if they were able to come out and say, this is John, whoever, he's the one that took Nancy Guthrie. He is in Arizona somewhere. We know that for a fact. You couldn't book a flight to Arizona tomorrow because everybody that was there would be right back there.
Yeah.
And I think that is what they don't want, like you just said. They don't want the big time media back and all the streamers back and every bounty hunter that you could possibly think of, right, would be in Arizona trying to catch this guy. It's just, it just blows my mind. But then on the other hand, if you did release that, then maybe we could get somewhere.
Right. No, that's
obviously,
that's true.
Obviously, they're not getting anywhere unless they don't want us to know. Is where I always keep coming back to. You know what I mean? Just because, but I don't know. It's just angry. I don't even. The way things have been handled by the family disgust me because it is your mother, and I don't even. I feel bad for Nancy. Like we're calling it a legit kidnapping today. Then she was scared out of her mind, and she probably passed on with that. But I don't even feel bad for the family.
Right.
I feel bad for Nancy. And, I do. I feel bad for her friends because obviously her friends have been scared to death by whoever. Don't say a goddamn word. You know what I mean? That doesn't. And what do they know? You know what I'm saying? Why do you have to silence the friends and the church people? Do they know something? Why?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. But yeah,
I don't understand the whole. I don't understand the whole friends and I'm just going to call them the church people. Like, why would you have to silence them if nobody knows anything? Why can't they say, yeah, we miss our friend? Like, I don't I don't get it. Why are you laughing without me?
I'm not laughing without you.
Yes, you are. You look at there it is right there. I see it. So, Doug,
Yeah.
why are they silencing the friends though? I don't get it. Make me understand.
I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons. We only know that they're being silenced from talking to the press to a certain degree because some people have actually come out and talked to the press.
Yes.
Nancy Guthrie did the interview with the guy with the dog up back. Like, there's been people that have come out and given their side of the story. So,
Right.
did he,
Yeah.
Yeah,
did
I
he
mean,
go against some type of gag order and talked anyways, or
but for
are they
what
just so
reason?
scared that they don't want to talk?
That's
Fear
what
could
I'm
be the
saying.
reason.
That's what I'm saying. I'm voting on they're scared to death to talk because they got, I don't know if you want to call it a threat, but they got a talking to. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but my
Exactly.
question is why though? Why? What are they keeping them from saying? Just we have suspicion that it was
Anything.
foul play, or what do you think, Bruce?
Anything.
Doug?
We see how a little tiny tidbit that comes from anybody blows up into these huge theories. So if you were to say something about man X or man B or just anybody, the chef down at the store, like they could
Right.
become main suspect number one right out the gate just because you mentioned their name.
Right. It just blows my mind that
I mean, it could be possible.
everything is happening. We're just yapping, Doug, so you can eat. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
dog.
send that bill to you too. Don't worry.
but I do think it's fear that's pushing the silence.
Yeah, and that's a crime in itself.
So Oleg says, Nano said the family asked. I hear music in the background.
And it's Bruce probably.
Oleg says,
Get the nightclub again.
Oleg says, Nano said the family asked for the house back on Tuesday. And it really doesn't matter that the family asked for the house, Oleg.
No.
They don't get to decide.
I don't know.
When there's
Not
a
to cut you off for
Go
1
ahead.
second.
Go ahead.
I don't know about Arizona, but in Massachusetts, a search warrant for that house for them to go in and start tearing things apart to look through is good for 7 days and 10 to 14 days if it's under federal rules. I don't know how Arizona works, but you have 7 days and you can go back and forth between those 7 days. But once the sheriff or somebody says, okay, you say those two. So on the second day, if you say, okay, the house is yours, that warrant's abolished right then and there. Even though you say it, even though it's good for 7 to 10 days, once you say, okay, you're good, that's it. The warrant's over.
That's it.
And then you have to go reapply for another warrant. And then the judge is going to say, well, why did you turn the house back over already? He's going to drill them, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And once that warrant is complete, that has to be turned back in, the warrant, the original copy of the warrant, with a list of all evidence or people that they may have taken to the police station to talk to, have to be put in that warrant so the judge can look and see, all right, they found this, they found that, they found. That's what I would love to see. But we will never see that. But the warrant and what they found, because it has to be in that warrant. From what else I read, if that warrant is returned back in, because it goes back to the judge, because he has to sign off at the end.
Mm-hmm.
If that comes back and there's no evidence or nothing on the warrant gets tossed because it means nothing.
Absolutely.
So they had to put something on that warrant.
Right.
I want to know what was on there for evidence.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why everything has unfolded the way it did. But getting back with Oleg, Nano said the family asked for those back on Tuesday. When there's an investigation being done, there is no time limit.
No.
when they get that house back until they go ahead and do everything they have to do, everything they have to process. So even if they gave the sheriff or somebody called the sheriff and said, hey, we really need our house back, like I'm sure A&T said, Sheriff, we really need our car back. They didn't get it back for like 42 days.
42 days.
So, and that was their only car apparently they had supposedly. So
and Nancy was only gone for a couple of weeks, maybe a week.
I think it was like 21 days, 22 days. Yeah. So the idea that's not here or there. The reality is that they could keep it as long as they want, because they have to do it and do it properly. And the thing about when you're starting to get evidence and you're collecting your evidence, it's not a rush. You're doing it methodically. You're doing it at your pace that it takes for you to do it right, because that is huge. So just want to go ahead and make sure we clarify that.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Bruce brought up a good thing here. Bruce.
Ask.
Can we file in court for the we can't see the warrants, can we?
No, because you could, and you should be able to. The problem is that they say that it's a part of the investigation, and that's why they have everything sealed.
I may FOIA to see if I can get the. I want them.
They're sealed too.
Yes, so you're definitely not going to get them.
No, if it's sealed, I'm not getting that. But whatever. I want the body cam footage from the first officers on scene. I'm going to FOIA that this week.
You could be able to get that if it doesn't
they sent. Oh no, it wasn't body cam. It was other stuff. But yeah, I'm going to try. See what they say.
Give it a shot. Any normal hope, she feels better. Song in my heart says, were they involved in any drug use, weed, shrooms? I'm not sure, honestly. A Song in my heart, I'm really not sure, because I haven't heard anything about that. But
I could see Annie doing it.
Yeah, I mean I don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that because I really don't know. Norma, Annie, it's April's granddaughter that is sick. Josh says, throw as much crap at the wall as you can and clean the mess up later, says Josh.
Well, I mean,
here's one thing I wanted to say earlier. When Bruce was here, and I was hoping he'd still be here. Bruce, if you're listening and you're still here.
Hey, Doug, change your view. All we can see is your mug.
Okay.
The panel's gone.
Oh, no. Okay, hang on a second.
See, he's got to suck up all the camera time.
Stop it. How about that?
Better.
No, I don't like
it's better, but there's like a big black screen. So
I don't like that.
Put it on like whatever.
The 4-box.
Yeah, put on the 4-box. That's see what I'm saying. Right back to his mug. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. Okay. That's fine.
Yep. So
the three of us. Damn.
Sorry about it. So to answer a question with Bruce earlier, I had asked about how I would handle something. And if you're still listening, Bruce, this is exactly what I would have done from day one. Day one. When I found out that this was something this serious, I would have been calling the FBI and I would have been getting help. Because I would have known that my deputies were very inexperienced. I would have known that I have literally moved a lot of them deputies out of their normal positions, so that the people that I do have to investigate are very inexperienced. You have to know that as a sheriff. And if I'm going to know that this is going to be a big in the media, which you're going to know because you know who you're dealing with, you're going to need all the tools, monetary, everything from anybody that's close to you, whether it's, their Arizona Highway Patrol, whether it's,
bring in anybody.
Whether it's Border Patrol, whether it's whoever. And that the FBI is going to have those contacts to go ahead and do that. So that's why I personally, especially in Arizona, because they're so close to the border, I would have for sure got the FBI from day one. That's how I would have handled it, because we're seeing a lot of things happen because of what? Because of lack of experience.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a lot. The sheriff has lack of experience. And I'm not talking about just being a cop for 40 years. You can be a cop for 40 years and still not know a damn thing. The idea is that the experience is lacking. And that's why nothing's getting resolved. That's why nothing is happening. So he needed to put his pride aside and go ahead and say, hey, FBI, I need your help, and let them run with that. Because now he takes a lot of the pressure off himself to his constituents, to his people that voted for him. He takes that pressure off himself, and now it becomes the FBI. And this is why the FBI will get the credit, is because they're the ones that now have their name on it.
Yep.
And and so it's very logical when you're in the realm of law enforcement to understand that. That's what I would say that I would do. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Can you drop the link for Bruce again?
Yep.
I know what I would have done. I would have showed up, collected the report. We got a missing person. All right, everybody out of the house right now. Everyone that's not a police officer, you're out. Crime scene tape, cordon off the area, control the evidence. My forensic team is now going to come in, start collecting any evidence on the inside and immediate around. I'm bringing in dogs to start tracking scents. Drones up in the sky for overview to watch the immediate area around the house and look for clues. Helicopters in the sky to overview over everything. And airplanes doing the further outer perimeter area to see if you can find anything. And that's what should have happened.
But that,
in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, and it all that goes without saying, because you're going to need to do all that at the beginning when you contact the FBI, they're going to be there. They're going to be there day one. They're going to be there. Why? Because they know that this is a big feather in their cap, because this is a big case. That's why it's going to be a big thing to them. So, I agree with you. I have no problem with that scenario that you just laid out there.
No, and I think I know one of the biggest thing is nobody wants to be what the hell is the word I'm looking for? The pride is the whole thing. He doesn't want anybody else to come in and solve his case. But you know what, dude? At some point, you got to just be like, you know what, guys? We're over our head here. We need help.
I agree.
I mean, suck up your freaking pride. There's a missing person, dude.
I mean, even now,
saying?
Now, I would be calling the FBI and saying, "Hey, we thought we could do it. We can't. We don't have the whatever. Can you give us a hand?" And even now, I would do that.
Just for what he hasn't done, he deserves to be let go.
Yeah, I understand.
This shows every Arizonan. What do they call themselves? Arizonians, whatever it is.
Wildcats.
What
Arizonians?
What I mean?
The Arizonians.
Yeah, get this guy out, guys. He's making your lives miserable.
Or the Tucsonians.
Yeah, Tucsonians, whatever they are, I forget. But get this guy out. Your life will be a little bit better. I mean, really, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Why?
Well, but then again, Chris, it does, because when you start to watch this sheriff and you start hearing him speak and you start hearing him talk and you start hearing him how he expresses himself, you start realizing this guy has a very insecurity complex. And this is why he wants to show, I can show everybody I can do this,
Yeah.
And that's the problem. We see it. He shows it when he goes on camera, when he goes and talks to a 17-year-old, 16-year-old, or whatever the hell, It's just he cannot handle he can't even handle the stress, to be honest, because that's proven in all
an interview.
He cannot handle any tough questions, that he has to literally circumvent the same answer over and over again. And it just doesn't work. It really doesn't work. I'm not surprised that this has gone the way it has because of how he's handled this whole operation.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised one bit. But to answer back Bruce's comment, that's exactly what I would have done. I would have went ahead and literally literally had the FBI from day one. Once I found out everything was literally literally an abduction of some sort or a kidnapping of some sort, I would have called the FBI ASAP. That would have took me out of it, not out of it completely because it's still my jurisdiction, but it would have took me out of it in the sense of having to figure out, like, when you do something in a police department, in a local PD, or you do something in a sheriff's capacity, you know right away you're going to expend lots of dollars that you don't have. You know that. You know that from the get-go. And the one thing about local police departments and or sheriff's departments, they only have so much money, right? They're budgeted for that year. There's no money issue with the FBI. None, zero. They'll print money if they have to. That's just how it works.
Exactly.
So
Run
you're
it up.
going to take everything that you possibly can get. And here's the kicker. That responsibility is going to be transferred over to the FBI. Now, when everybody looks at it, they're going to say, well, what did the FBI do? They're not going to say, what did Pima County Sheriff's Office do? They're going to say, what did the FBI do to find Nancy Guthrie?
Well, I'll tell you what I would do, Double Dog. I would do exactly almost like what you would do. Chris was saying he would do the same, But I'll tell you this. I'm going to make sure I have 4 guys out there. 4 guys out there at that we switch off, whatever it may be. They do a shift for the night. They come on the next morning. I want 4 guys. I want 1 in the front. I want guys on the side where the tree house I think there's a tree house on the right by the garage over there. I want somebody on the sides where the door was, and I want somebody in the back by the pool watching 24/7. I don't care if there's more cameras or not. Before they put all the cameras, those things were taken down. I would want somebody that's a specialty that knows about the technology of cameras. Okay, let's say Chris is well known of like the laws and stuff. So I want somebody that knows about the cameras. All right, that can give Chris can use for a later court hearing, because if Chris has all the right stuff, he's gonna get it probably 99% of the time. He's gonna get that. But that's what I would do. And yes, I would not have any of that media up there, and I would not have nothing against the streamers. I stream once in a while, but no streamers. I don't want nobody trampling around. I want that thing thoroughly. I don't give a damn if it takes 2 months to do that house. I don't care if it takes 6 months. You're going to have that damn thing taped up until everything is done and well, and everything moves on. And it's sad. It hurts me, man. It makes me cry, man. When I hear people, because I wasn't there in the beginning, but when I hear people talk about the people that are, running the show, it hurts me because it's a poor old woman, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We can all relate to having a grandmother or a mother, right?
Okay.
We all can understand what that would be like. And I will say this, literally, Bruce, everything you're saying, yeah, you're 100% right. But you know who can give you all that in one? The FBI.
Mm-hmm.
They got the manpower. They've got everything covered. They got all the dollars to go ahead and take care of anything you need. They got all the air to send certain things to have to be tested ASAP. They got everything you just said.
And
the
more.
The FBI has it. So that's why literally, and you're right. Everything you're saying is right. But if you can get all that from one place, why not do that? Why not do that? Why?
Yeah,
why?
you're right.
I don't mean you in particular, but in Nano's case, why would he be so hell-bent that it has to be his way when it's pretty damn obvious that his way is not turning up anything. It's not doing anything. It's not solving anything. It's not even getting any leads. It's like you're spinning your wheels. Look, time keeps ticking. And here's the thing. What do you have? Nothing. Time keeps ticking. What do you have? Nothing. At some point, you got to realize, damn it, I don't have the means or the smarts, or the should say smarts, the experience on my staff in my department to be able to handle something like this. And that's when you go ahead and you move on and you go to that option you're talking about. But I would have done it from day one. As soon as I found out this was a kidnapping, who she was, I would have known this is going to be a big spotlight. I would have handed that sucker right off to the FBI and go, "Hey, here you go. Need your help."
Well,
And now
my dad always said that.
people will not look at you. Your own constituents, people that voted for you, will not look at you like a bamboozle. They won't look at you like you're some, like you don't care. They'll look at you like, "Hey, it was a great idea, Sheriff. Thank you so much for reaching out and going to to what we consider the best of the best." That's just how it works. But very good point, my friend. Very good point.
I must ask you a question, Dee. Do you live close to, is it Perry County or in Ohio?
Perry
Is that
County,
familiar to you?
No.
Okay.
No.
I got breaking news all over my computer screen.
No Perry County. I'm closer up north.
Okay. No,
all the way up north.
All the way up north.
All the way up north.
That's where you belong. As far away north as possible.
All right, let me read these.
No, the breaking news was the storms and the tornadoes.
Oh yeah, no. We're supposed to get it the next 2 days. So
I'm watching it right now. Yeah. He just broke in live with news coverage because the tornadoes they're all winding up now. So I'll keep you safe, my man.
Says, did they ever say anything about her possibly having a housekeeper? The housekeeper has really not been mentioned a whole lot other than by streamers.
She was the housekeeper.
Who?
Nancy.
Well, true. But I you know what she means.
I know.
But yeah, they never talked about anybody like that. I'm a dreamer. And that's interesting because no one's really talked about the people that have lived in the casita or the people that were helping her. No one has talked about them other than the streamer. So yeah, that's a very, very damn good point. Thank you. Kiki Khan. They had hours to clean the house. All prints, evidence, in my opinion, without a doubt, Kiki Khan, no doubt. Annie, in the beginning, they said something about a closed closet Nancy had that had an important papers in it, a hidden closet. I heard something about that, Annie, and I'm not sure. I would think by now they would have found that, but I know that they did have a journal, and that journal could have spoke volume. A very good point, Annie. Thank you. Norma, yes, Kiki, I agreed, and good morning, Kiki, Norma, Annie. But they said a lot of things in the beginning that they don't say now. Exactly. Without a doubt, Annie, without a doubt. Good morning, Kiki. Exactly, Didi agrees. Says Carolina, I'm a dreamer. The street was a zoo. That would have never happened under normal circumstances. That would have never, ever happened. Handsome, I am here. Devil Dog 88. Good to have you, Handsome. Kiki Khan, Melly, 0303. Good morning, Norma, Annie. As far as we know, there might be a secret room in that house that leads to a tunnel. Just a thought. You would think that they would have covered that ground. Not saying they did or they didn't, Norma, but you would think that they would have. That's a good point. You would think that they would have looked at that. Joshua, DD is right. You control the scene. Without a doubt, Josh. Without a doubt.
This is true.
Any morning to anyone I miss. Hands, I miss talking to you about double cheeseburgers. We'll get back to that double cheeseburgers there, Hands. Thank you.
With bacon.
Good morning.
Lettuce, tomato.
Made everybody hungry.
Yeah.
I just got done eating, but you made me hungry.
You started it by eating your potato, egg, and bacon stuff, and then rubbing it.
Oh my God!
I used to eat that stuff all the time, man. Sam,
Pretty Little Clues is here, so let's say hello to Pretty Little Clues, everybody.
Hello, Pretty Little Clues.
I'll get there here shortly. The crumb seed should have been from one end of the street to the blocked off to at least the first few days. They should have blocked that off until they were done, in all honesty, Sam, in my opinion. Like I said, I don't have nothing against anybody streaming or news media. You're just going to have to do it. Here's the perfect scenario. And Chris, I think he said it earlier. What I would have done probably would have been a lot easier. I would have had everybody go to the closest church, literally. And I would have said, we're going to give you daily updates on where we're at. And that's what I would have had my POI individual. Okay. I'm going to have my contact officer, the person that's going to give you the message. And every day or every other 2 days, you're going to come. He's going to come there at such and such time, and he's going to tell you what we found so far. That's what he's going to do. He's going to give not so much what we found, but what's going on in the process, where we're at. And that's going to be it. And everybody would be in that parking lot, allowing that the whoever's the minister there says it's okay. And then at that point, you go there, you block that area off. The only persons that you're letting anybody come in is people that live right there in that area. Okay. No one else is coming through here. No lurking, no nothing. It's just going to be that. And then every day or 2 days, you have someone come out and say, okay, media, gather around. We got some information. That could have been done. But because Nanos wanted to control everything, and I do mean everything, he wanted to say everything. He wanted to be the mouthpiece. He wanted to be everything when he had someone that could have been who was hired to do exactly what he was doing, which is putting out that information. And he elected not to do that. And that is what should have been done, because now you would have had all that group over here in this area. Granted, they may not like the fact they couldn't picture, take pictures and photos and all this trash at the house. But the reality is that would have been the best thing for the case. He didn't do it. He failed to do that, and that cost him. Really did cost him, in my opinion. Sam, crime, Norma. Yes, they did exactly. They contaminated the areas. Norma, good, Sam. Exactly, 100%. Point on, Doug. Hands, sheriff is responsible, Sam. He knows about Nancy, without a doubt. Sam, agreed. Norma, agree, man. And good morning. Hands, good evening from Australia. It's always great to have you here, Hands. I'm a dreamer. I wouldn't either, Annie. Just like they said, doors popped open, but her family said she was prop doors open. But her family said she always prop doors open, so they knew that one. Norma, welcome in, man. Welcome, man, to our chat. Good to have you. April, hello, man. Welcome in, man. Now they say FBI around back of house. Right. They are back. And they are going ahead, and they have fresh eyes looking at the whole scene again. Joshua, there was no logical reason to release the house that quickly. She lived there alone. Very true, Josh. Very true. Well said. Kiki Khan, no nads, has many a Freudian slip. We were here on the 31st. I just spoke with Nancy. Savannah. Unbelievable. Hands, Joshua. Sheriff don't want people to know he is involved. Very possible. Very possible. I mean, you got to ask the question, why is he becoming more of a hindrance than a help in this case? Annie. O2 right. Song. It is possible Nano has mentally declined and he doesn't even realize it. I'm not defending him. He is an arse. I agree with you. A song of my heart. Please hit the like, everybody. Sub up.
Man, it just breaks my heart, man, because I miss my grandparents. They're not here no more, and it really sometimes it really tears me up. But I'm human. That's just the way it is. I don't know this lady, but she sounded like she was a wonderful mother, and she was always for her kids. I think she was a single mother, right, guys?
Yeah. No. Yes. She raised her for 3 kids. Yes. She raised her 3 kids on her own when her husband died at the age of like 49 or something. That is correct. April, sub up to the panel, everybody. Marianne Ellie is around the house because they have had monsoons, water travel, so they think evidence might have washed up. That is correct. Hand, Share, Tomato, both done this, in my opinion. It's very possible. There is Chris's literally YouTube channel. Annie, no, there was not enough time. Okay, let me see here. I'm not sure. Now they say FBI round back of house. I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
They've been seen in the backyard looking in the desert section. That's their property.
Yeah, but Annie says, no, there was not, DD, not enough time. I'm not sure what that is.
No.
Trying to figure it out. If you can explain it to me a little better, I would appreciate it. So inside, no type of crime. Yeah, I you got to explain a little bit more, sweetheart. I'm just not being able to read it, to be honest, not being able to understand it.
It's his age.
It could be my age.
Oh, you heard that?
Heart.
Oh, man, I didn't say that.
What would the sheriff have to do in order to release the house so soon? What would the sheriff have to know in order to release the house so soon and do what he has done? Is it possible that there was a camera inside? There was cameras inside. They did report that song that there was cameras inside. So that is a one thing. I don't know if they were working or not because of the power, but there was cameras inside. He never stipulated if they were working or not. He never said anything really other than there was cameras inside. The sheriff has to know in order to release the house. What he has to know is it's not really the sheriff. The sheriff really doesn't decide when that house goes back to the owners. It's not the sheriff that makes that decision. It's the investigators that are investigating the case. They are the ones that literally, when they're done, they will tell the sheriff, okay, we got everything we got. We got everything we need. There's nothing else that we need. We can go ahead and give the house back to the owners. And at that point, the sheriff will then say, okay, let's give the house back. But according to what we were hearing a lot was that there was a lot of pressure being put on these investigators, being from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, to go ahead and release the house for whatever reasons. But there's no good reason. There's no good reason to do it if you don't have all the stuff that you need. And what would they need? They would need to literally swab everything. They would need to do fingerprints everywhere. They would need to gather all information. They would need to get all whatever cameras are left. They would have to run that house with a fine-tooth comb. I know the house is not a huge house, but it is a big house. They would have to check the garage, check everywhere. You just never know where something was dropped. So I just know that you can't do that in a day and a half. Okay, you just can't. And with the amount of people that he has to work with, they may not have enough people to really do a really solid job. Because you got to remember, in this whole quagmire that's going on, they still have to go ahead and protect citizens in the county. They still have to have people on patrol. They still have to have people that are literally driving around, right? Because they still have to service the county, and it's a big county. So they can't just put all these people out there and still expect to control and cover the county. And that's
so you're basically saying just give it to the one organization, let them handle it, and then you do your regular business.
What I'm saying is, if I believe that this case is over my head, which it is, which is over his head, I can guarantee you that. I believe that yes, his best option was to go ahead and give it to them because you were looking at a very methodical. You were looking at a kidnapping. It's one thing when someone does, let's say, a homicide, and they unalive somebody and the body's there. Well, everything's there, right? You got the body. You now do the evidence. Now you gather all that stuff is going to be right there, and that's it, right? That's it. It's all there. You just got to now get through your contacts and find out who could have done this. But because this was a kidnapping and you don't have the body, that means you got to extend your manpower out. You now have to go cover the ground everywhere because you got to find this body. You got to find this person, right? So now your sources are not just stick to the house where you got to get all that information. You now got to send.
Then why not have other people like the what was that one, Cajun Navy or whoever else that's out there, Aqua Search or whatever? Why not have a whole bunch of people instead of just saying, well, it's mine, it's only mine, it's on, I'm pissed off at this other organization for whatever reason. Why I don't know the exact reason why, but and it, it's none of my business really. But all I'm saying is the more people, the more and the better it gives. All right. And it just doesn't make sense. Like you guys are saying, how many hours was it that you said a day and a half? Okay. How the hell can anything get solved in a day and a half?
Can't. I mean, it doesn't seem feasible, not when you're dealing with something like this. Like I said, this is a kidnapping, so you have to stretch your manpower. You ask why the Cajun Navy was not there. Well, it's because Nanos didn't want them there because they came out there for their assistance along with EchoSearch. They came out to help, and Nanos said, "No, we need professional searchers." That's what he said. We have professional searchers. Well, this is all the Cajun Navy does is search. This is all EchoSearch does is search, And yet he says no. He turned them down. So yeah, you're right. He should have accepted their help. Why didn't he? Well, that's the $1 million, $200,000, $1,200,000 question. Why would he have done that? And that's where you get to what role is he playing? You follow me? So there's a lot of there, and you're right. All that should have been done. But what I'm referring to as far as the manpower, there's just too much you still got to cover, and you have to take that in consideration. You have to take that into consideration as a leader of your department or your sheriff's department or whatever you work at. You have to take that in consideration that I still have to somehow cover, because the city of Tucson PD, then they got their own city to worry about. They can't go out in the county. They could, but they're not going to because they don't have the budget for that. Right. So you have to go ahead and make sure this is a part of understanding the dynamics. Do I think he knows that? I would like to think so. He's a sheriff, but do sheriffs always? Does he make? He
knows it. He's been a sheriff for 50 years. He knows. All right. Well, he knows. It's all about him. It's all about him.
Hey, but I will tell you this. I've seen people in for 20 plus years that they just skated their whole time in. They just skated. In other words, they just was there. They were just there. They didn't really climb the ladder. They didn't really go down in the ladder. They were just there. It was a job to them. Just a job, nothing more. Okay.
Look, I don't like the way he's handled a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to sit here. This is just who I am as a man. All right. I'm not going to sit here and just point that he's done every stupid little thing wrong in this thing. Has he? He's done stuff. Does when he talks and does interviews, all right, he wants to say, this or that or whatever. We all know the white line of things, of how sheriffs of other places, how they work. Okay. Double Dog, you've already said that, Chris. I mean, you being in law enforcement, Double Dog, so again, you call immediately if when it's something that's really bad, and you get all the help you can get. I don't understand why he's done what he's done, but look, the Cajun Navy and them, they could have went looking without going on the property or this and that of Nancy's house. They could have went out there and started looking if they really, I'm just saying if they really wanted to. And I'm not putting anybody down. All right. I understand the way they are. They want to be respectful to the sheriff and the county, but they could have went out there and started looking. They don't need his permission as long as they're not going on where the police are at.
Right.
Yeah. And he
And
should have
what
used
did he
the
say to-
PIO
what-
to control the PR from the get-go.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why is he still going in front of cameras? Still, even after everybody's called him out on all the BS, he still hasn't turned to his PIO and still going in front of cameras, letting kids interview him.
Yeah, but that kid was
That
better
kid kicked
than
his
half.
ass, but I'm just saying, just
No, I know that
why?
kid. Because with the kid, I believe that was because he was like, all right, cool, yeah, I'll beat this kid up and down, left and right. He didn't expect what he got from that kid, and that kid put him on the spot, and that kid was like, I mean, he was like, Nanos didn't know what to do. That kid freaked Nanos out. I mean, you could see it in his face how he was talking, and you know how he tried to turn those remember when the kid was like, you know, I have a question or whatever, and he was like, oh, that's 2 questions.
Yeah.
And the kid was like, whatever. The kid fucking made him look like an idiot. But look at, we all know what Nanos is, and it has nothing to do, Bruce. It doesn't have anything to do with what he did wrong here with this case. More for me, it's more for what he did wrong before this case here. Like Dog said a few minutes ago, he isn't in the house doing everything. He's back at the office, or he's home, or he's at the gym, or at the basketball game. He's waiting for his team to tell him what is going on there. Now, did Nanos mess everything up? Yes, he did. But he is an incompetent sheriff, and you don't need this case to let you understand or see that. You can see that from prior interviews from years ago, what he did years ago. I mean, he's a complete ass. He's a complete fool. And if you want, I'll take your fingers and I'll point at him too. He is a main cause of disruption in that police or that sheriff's department. I'm not saying it's because of this case. Don't get me wrong there. It's everything. Nobody likes him. What was the percentage of his sheriffs that no confidence?
241, I think.
And yeah, so that is, what was that like? It was almost everybody, right?
That was everybody.
Yeah, it was almost either everybody or almost everybody, to let you know that nobody besides his 3 or 4 people below him that have any confidence in him. They all voted no confidence. So what does that tell you? One, that he is an ass and all he does is retaliate. Like, you know, he'll suspend you. You'll be fired. Look what he did to the lady that ran against him. Bruce, he put her in house arrest, gag orders, and then after that, threw her ass into the jail.
Oh, so God, I didn't know that. Wow.
So yeah, because he lost to her by 400 votes. I mean, he won against her in 400 votes. And that's because near the end, he tossed her in house arrest. Some bullshit crap story that he came up with, and then threw her in the jail afterwards. And that's like starting over for a deputy, because that's where you start to become a deputy. And this guy, as much as you may or may not know about him, he does not deserve to be the sheriff there or a sheriff ever again. He needs to be history. And again, I'm not blaming it on just this case. I'm blaming it on everything else that he's done.
Well, you can look at the pattern and you can see the pattern.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's so right there. If
he's crooked.
If you do enough research, you can see the pattern.
He's egotistical, and he allows his hubris to control every decision making that he does.
Hey, look at the one damn thing that sits in my head is when he beat the crap out of that guy in Texas.
Yep.
That's all. You're a freaking
put him in a coma. Put him in a coma.
Yeah, he beat a guy to a coma. Yep. Well, that means he needs to be excuse you, goodbye, fired, see you later, like he was gone from that area but then he was allowed to come here to be a sheriff that just almost killed somebody for no reason. Something ain't right there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know how much you know about him, Bruce, and I ain't trying to, take anything away from what you said, but this guy's an ass, dude. He deserves to be nowhere. He doesn't even deserve to be anything. Just go away. Go drive in your Corvette, and you know what? At this point, retire the dude early. Here you go, pal. Here's your full pension. See you later. Have a good day.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're doing. Just wait to retire and then he'll be gone.
I don't even care at this point, and not should he. I know, unfortunately, Arizonians or whatever they're called. Is that correct? I forget. They have to pay into that for him to be, paid. But you know what? For you guys to say, here's your full pension and move on, and then you guys can maybe get somebody that's going to be, normal or half normal to help you guys in your county, and that's what you do. See you later, buddy. Early retirement.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's done all the time. They did it to our police chief here like 6, 7, 8 years ago. He wasn't. So go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think that points back to Huber's too, because they probably did do that. But in his mind, he's not going to just take a deal and let somebody like Aaron Cross come in and be his interim sheriff. He ain't going to let that happen. So
No,
he just can't let go of the ego.
no.
That's
And
it.
unfortunately, they're stuck with him until 2029.
Yep.
You're stuck with him until 2029. You have to deal with this crap for another 3 years. Good luck. And all it takes is 123 approved and votes. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, that should be, like I said earlier, that one weekend you could have that. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, I agree. I agree
That's
with
why I
that
keep
wholeheartedly.
saying, obviously, the people in Pima County don't give a crap enough to make that happen. But I mean, that's doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well then let me and my dog run that department. I bet you we can find some people.
I agree. I totally agree with
No,
that.
I mean,
And look, guys, I will say this. In all fairness, it's easy to be on our side
mhm.
and see what's happening and critique everything that's happening because that's what we do. We critique what's happening. When we think it's wrong, we call it out, and we think something's right, we call it out. It's easy to do that from our position. And it is a lot different when you are the sheriff or the chief or whatever, and you have to make those tough decisions. It is a lot harder than what it appears to be. There's a lot of thinking going into that. In this case, I'm not going to say there was any thinking. It should have been FBI from the get-go.
Mhm.
Not because you're not capable. It's because your people that work for you don't have the experience. And experience is everything. And the only way you get it is to do it. But usually you learn from other people before you. You don't just get thrown into the wolves and say you are now going to be handling your first case ever of this magnitude. So the idea is just that. That I'm not saying it's easy to make all the right decisions or even any decisions. They're all hard. But when you come across the way, in my opinion, he has come across, Nanos, and you have a checkered background, the way Nanos has had a checkered background, and you're seeing everything on a daily basis or not seeing things on a daily basis, that speaks volume. And that's all I'm saying. I know it's a tough job. I get it. I know it's a tough job. But at some point, you have to understand your limitations. If you're going to be a successful, good sheriff, chief, or whatnot, you have to know your limitations. And I don't think, from what I see, Nanos understands. He doesn't understand his limitations. and that's the problem that's biting him in the rear. That's
And
just my take.
They're allowing it though. They're allowing him to do what he wants. Like, number one, like, he knows deep down when he arrested the guys that was against the law. He knows it.
Yeah, well, that he does. Yeah,
He doesn't care, because what happened is he got the arrest. They went to court. Everything got tossed out, which he knew was going to happen. But what's the one thing that he won with? Nobody's there. And that's what he wanted.
That was the end game. Everybody gone.
Yeah. Everybody's out of there. Exactly what his plan was. And technically, any one of them, minus Alex, can go back there. He can go back. I mean, you guys saw it. Sleuth Intuition was there.
Yep.
And, but they can go there. And there's nothing that they can do if they're on that easement and they're not in the road. But why aren't they there? Because they're paranoid. He scared them enough to say, you know what? It's not even worth it. And to me right now, it's not worth it either, because I don't want them to go back to jail. But, they allow it to happen down there in Pima County. And that's on Pima County. Really, sorry, guys. I don't have anything bad about anybody from Pima County, but you guys are allowing it. The citizens are allowing it because they won't come and sign the petition, and then all the higher-ups are allowing it too because you can retire his ass.
Yeah, everybody's in his corner. The DA is on his side. The local media is on his side. I mean, even Mark Kelly falls on party lines, so he's probably on his side.
Just because they have control of one area, right? They have control of Pima County, along with Nanos, who has control of whatever the hell they're doing. Hey, look, we got this. I need a warrant for this. Well, what's the evidence? Well, I don't have much, but can you help me out? Yeah, okay.
Right.
One hand washes the other. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But look in the end, when it all came right down to it, they folded in court. They were like, man, we can't do anything with these. These got to be let go. And now, they take Juanita's parking ticket and turn it into a criminal. How is that possible? Doesn't that tell you that the court's a little corrupt too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell me that they dismiss Alex's stuff and then all of a sudden he's got a new charge again? Like, really?
What they did is they took a felony and then turned it into a misdemeanor. That's all they did.
I know. But
they can get if they think that.
It doesn't make any sense. It's just showing you how crooked they can be, and it's not just the sheriff.
No.
It goes up the line a little bit, and I don't know how far. And I'm not saying anybody's crooked, but they are. But come on.
Oh, Chris, what are you talking about?
Nothing. But if I end up in jail or I'm missing for a couple days, just you know what happened. Dee Dee, come and get me if I need help. You know what I mean? But,
I'm on my bike. I'm on my e-bike.
I'll never be found then. Because you wouldn't be on the e-bike because, number one, the wife wouldn't be able to make you anything unless you have her in a trailer behind you, pulling her along like, babe.
Hey, if you guys knew how much I cook, you guys would be amazed.
The grill doesn't count though.
I'm talking Mexican food. I make that a lot.
How do you make Mexican cereal? I mean, that's not that. I mean, really, come on now.
That's funny. I haven't heard that one. That's a funny one.
Well, but yeah, no, it just it aggravates me to the end. The whole place, the whole county's somewhere along in every situation. The county's crooked. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I do straight up feel bad for some of the deputies because, again, when you have somebody looking at you in the face and say you're either going to do this or your ass is going to be gone, I understand they have families and shit like that. But here's the thing: you took an oath. You need to stand up to what you took the oath for. Yep. So you tell your sheriff, no, hell no, I'm not going to arrest them for doing nothing. And if something happens to you, then you go to court. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
That's it.
that
If
guy
you're talking
John-
to the sheriff, I don't give a shit who I'm talking to. My body
So-
camera is on. I'm recording every goddamn thing. Sheriff said, "Go do this." My camera's on recording. I
yeah.
don't care.
Them deputies followed orders, but when they went to the police report records, they said it was a direct command. It wasn't a lawful arrest. So in a way, they did both.
Well,
They followed the
thankfully,
order that was given, but they let it be known that this came from the top. This wasn't a
Yep.
lawful arrest.
that was the best thing. There's two deputies that did that. They put it in their report that the one that was talking to 857,
Yep.
he put in the report that said, I don't want to do this. We were ordered to do this, and they did nothing wrong. And good for them. I'm glad they did that.
They protected the rights of everybody
That's
doing that.
And can you imagine sitting in your office, Mrs. District Attorney, and you're reading this report where it says Officer Bruce arrested, 857 Tucson under, what's the word? Under whatever. I can't think of it.
Direct order?
Well, direct order, but there was another word I was thinking of. But yet they were doing nothing wrong, and I disagreed with it, but I did what I was told. I would be like, oh my God, I'd be on the phone with the sheriff being like, are you serious, dude? Really? You arrested them for this, for that? You know what I mean? This is gone. This is getting tossed out. See you later. We'll go through the stages in court, but in the end, we are kicking this to the curb. So again, like I said a few minutes ago, he did what he wanted to do. He got people gone, and that's that. That's all he was looking to do. He did it incorrectly against the law, but got it done.
Yep.
So that guy from the interview room, the guy he worked with, John, said that he had a thing where he was told to do something like that, and he told his lieutenant that he's not doing it. So you can do the whatever you have to do. You have to take my gun, take my badge, whatever you got to do. Yeah. And then nothing ever happened to him, is what it sounded like. But he stood up, and those guys know, and Devil Dog knows too. He wouldn't do that. And for one, I wouldn't want to be a police ever, but I would never do that. I would tell that guy that's above me to go eat a you know what. And if I lost my job, okay, I'll go find another one.
Well, yeah, you got to be willing to do that. Like, you got to be if you take an oath and you're willing to stand up for that oath, then you got to stand up to say, hey, you know what? If it's going to cost me my job, that's what I got to do. I'm sorry. You got to do that. If you're a law enforcement officer and you take that oath and you swear to that oath, then you got to be willing to lose that job, because you're going to have another job than the next county over, or you're going to go to Tucson police, or, they're there. It's just, you got to do it. I would have loved to have seen the deputies that were there to arrest them just get out and say, hey, look, they sent us here to arrest you, but I ain't doing that, because it's not the right thing to do. And that's what I'm here to do, is to do the right thing. I would have loved to have seen that, because that means that they were standing up for that oath and for the the guy's rights. That's what they should have did, but they know what was going to happen. And
very well said.
It's sad. I mean, look at, I don't have any hate towards the guys that arrested the boys, but because I know what they're looking at. Hey, you're going to end up in the jail. I'm going to put you down the sewer. I'm going to put you at the, you're going to be, God in the landfill, or, you know what I mean? I mean, this is the things that he would do. Or you're going to be under house arrest and you're not going to be able to speak to anybody. I mean, who wants to look at that? Nobody. And I blame them, but I don't blame them, if that makes any sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? That would be like saying, dog, you can have peanut butter and jelly every day, or you can't have your potato, bacon, and egg anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit.
Why? Why?
Well, I mean, I would be going for the potato, egg, and bacon. Screw the peanut butter and jelly. I mean, it's just,
Yeah, I got you, brother.
it's just so silly. What,
I was ordered to take your bacon, egg, and potato sandwich, and I'm here to give you peanut butter.
I'm down with that, though. I'll go steal his potato, egg, and bacon. He can have all the peanut butter and jelly he wants. But, it's just, I really truthfully sit here and I'm thinking that this is what we're talking about right now. And we shouldn't even be discussing that. That shouldn't even be part of a discussion because it's just wrong.
That is true.
Yeah.
Kiki Khan says, let me read a couple. Kiki Khan says, Miss Barney, no Nash could be just kicking the can to drug us out, recoup 1.3 million they spent at the beginning looking for her. That way the funds go back to Pima County. It's possible. Very possible. Annie, when they find out the truth, will they all be charged because they knew? Interesting question. Not sure how that would fall out, to be honest. April, why does Chris make my day watching him?
Well, Dee Dee asks me that every day after the live. He's like, he's like, when I'm live with you, it just makes my day. And he's like, when I miss a day with you, it's heartbreaking. And I understand. I do understand,
Analyzed Doug had to take a call. I'm here to listen in. Miss Barney, be right back. Need to brush my teeth. Carolina Burn. Okay, Doug. Josh, you want the best outcome for the victim and family. That should be the number one, man. That's the number one thing, Josh. Well said. Pretty Little Clues. Welcome in. I know I'm late so far. I'm just trying to catch up. KB, it's all A&T. They fled. Kind of asked the question, where in the hell are they? Where is
They're in Italy, dude. They're in Italy.
This is ridiculous. And
like the question I have is like their son should be back in school soon. So are they coming back or are they staying away?
Thank you for the little clue, says Analyze Doug. Annie, Dee, the family had to know about the closet. Oh, no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind they had to know about the closet. That's very true. I just don't know if Nanos even bothered to know about the closet. I'm sure they did, but you just, you got to ask the question, did they? Because they're not telling us anything, and I don't expect them to tell us that, but who knows? Maybe the journal was in there. Oleg, that could be the dark room. Annie, Norma Wright, Pretty Little Clues, great panel. Thank you so much, Pretty Little Clues. Bruce, hi, Pretty, good to see you. We love Justine. PLC. Angela. Hello, Pretty Little Clues. Bruce, yes, love. Justine, hug for you.
I hope you know that, man. I really appreciate you. Doug, man, I love Doug to death, man. And Chris is, you too, Devil Dog.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Yeah, you guys are awesome people. Everybody in the chat too, but you guys make my day just to be able to talk about this stuff and learn. Because I don't know a darn thing. I'm about as dumb as my dog is. Well, I shouldn't say that. My dog is smarter than
Your dog's smarter than you, though. Unfortunately, so isn't mine. They're smarter than all of us. That's why I made this channel, anyways, is to do. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Dog's. This isn't my channel. This is Dog's channel. Shit, I'm sorry.
Right.
And
go ahead.
Double Dog. My cats too.
Oh yeah,
they're 100 years ahead of me.
Just imagine then with Double Dog, he's like 120 years ahead of us. I mean, crap.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's forgotten more stuff than we'll ever know. That's why every day when this starts, we're in the background on mute. So nobody can. I got to tell him his name, what we were doing here, what this is all about, and he's reading a serious text message right now. So
yeah,
there's no smile or anything. Serious. There it is. I got to keep him laughing. I got to keep him on his toes. Yeah, I should. I say this last night. I say this again. Is just this case is, it's at this point to me, it's driving me away. It's just like, see ya. I'm just like so over, I'm so over it already because it's been so much and it's every single day, but it's the biggest thing going. So
It really is. I mean,
it is the biggest thing going, and everything else is on standby. Like, I mean,
all the old veterans that are doing, like Chris and John and all them, like Bob and all those guys. I bet you they'd have put you guys on the front line the first day. I bet you guarantee it. There wouldn't have been nobody sitting out there.
no,
no,
Those-
I tell you what, if they had me in charge, there wasn't going to be nobody out there in the front. That's for sure.
that's because he wouldn't even have showed up to the scene. He'd been eating potato, bacon, and eggs all day.
That's
I don't
right.
know where we're going.
That's
Yeah,
right.
no, again, let's not forget that the first call was just a missing person. So there was no crime.
April, I
no-
sent you a message.
At least I
Go
was
ahead.
talking.
Go ahead.
I didn't. You just come in and cut me off like that? Unbelievable. Where's your wife? I want to give her a smack for me.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
we can't forget that it wasn't a crime scene. It wasn't a crime at first. It was just a missing person who, hey, she could have walked away. We didn't know. So anything from the beginning until the evening, I don't even account for, because the evidence that they may have, like in the driveway, let's say there was a strange vehicle in the driveway. I mean, I've seen it done plenty of times where they take a casting of the tires to try to match them to the cars. And, was when it really gets deep down to it, you can look at tires, the tracks, the tire tracks, they may look similar, but tire tracks are almost like fingerprints. There's always something in the tire track that will tell you usually what brand it is and what style it is. Sorry, I was a mechanic for a lot of years too. But they can tell that stuff. And I didn't see any of that done. I mean, it doesn't mean that it wasn't done, because I saw people in the driveway, but a lot of the times there was cars blocking whatever. Who knows? But all that was crushed when they pulled in to look for the missing person, possibly. But you can't blame them for that. They're not going to park down the street and walk up the street for a missing person. They're going to pull right in. Just like if you call and say, hey, my house was broken into, they're going to pull up wherever they pull up, come in, see, make sure, and then go from there. It's not, I hear a lot of people, at the beginning getting on the guys that first got there. They didn't do anything wrong. That's it. That's what we have to suck it up and just take it in like that.
What do they say? Suck it up, Buttercup.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Oh, is Buttercup's in here? Sorry. But yeah, no, suck it up. And then from, let's say from 3 o'clock on, then that's when it should have been taped off and everything been done, and that makes sense. So, but hey, who knows? And again, I'm curious too about the back where the light was broken off. When did they do that? Was that done that night, or was that done a day before? Was it done before they took her? After they took her? After, maybe? Because here's the thing. Why are you breaking the camera for? One reason, right? So it doesn't take video, right?
Right.
That's what we're breaking it off for, right? So if the camera in the back is working, so there's video up to the moment where the person came up to break the camera off, right? If it's recording, if it's working, it's recording. Breaking the camera off doesn't get rid of the recording. It just gets rid of it to continue recording. So obviously there's video of somebody walking up to the camera in the back. If it's working, who knows? Were they all working? Were some of them fake? Were some of them working and some of them not working. We don't know. But any video that was taken isn't missing. All the video is there. It's just the camera. Like I said yesterday, the Ring camera or the Nest camera on the front door. He took it off. That's great and everything. It's still recording video and sound until he either destroys it or the battery eventually dies wherever he put it, unless they threw it away. And who knows? My I've been in this house this is our 5th year here. So 5 years ago, and wait till you hear this one. So 5 years ago, I still have my Ring camera from my previous house. 5 years ago, the battery just died on the Ring camera. Wow. I don't have it hooked up here because I have a whole different camera system, but it just died from 5 years ago. Those batteries last a long time. And if they're not working like all the time, it'll last even longer. And I don't know, there's people in here that don't know or that haven't heard, me tell this story before, but Nest, Ring, whichever camera you have, any camera that you have. Mine was a Ring, and we got, I know some of you heard this, we did get some Porch Pirates for Amazon stuff, and it was quite important Amazon stuff, or I wouldn't have really cared. So I was like, I called, the police, obviously, and I do have a lot of friends on the police department. I was like, what should I do? They came, they took the report. He's like, call whoever and see if they can recover some of your video. And I'm like, well, I didn't have a subscription. He's like, try it anyway. So I did. I called. People, understand something. Your camera records everything. It doesn't stop recording just because you don't have a subscription. The only thing the subscription helps you is to get the video. The video's still there. You just don't have a subscription, so you can't get it. So I called and said, hey, we had a robbery. It's very important stuff. Is there any way you guys can help us with getting video? And they were like, sure, we just need something that's saying, it's you and proving that you're the person that owned the camera. You're the person that filed the report, and they either need a report from the police or a order from a judge saying, hey, please release this. All I needed to show them was proof that it was my home and a report from the police saying that there was a theft. I got all the video I needed. You don't need a subscription to get it. You just got to call and maybe do a little work. And yes, we were able to find the people that did it. And we were unable to retrieve the stuff that was missing, but it got replaced. So, guys, if you don't think your phone is recording what you're saying right now, then you're a little off, because your phone, your iPhone, any phone is recording, listening to everything you say, just like your in-home stuff. All your cameras in home, even if you don't have subscriptions to anything, it's always recording. I don't even know how we got on this topic. Now I'm in this tangent that Doug said, don't go off key today. He said, don't do it. Don't do it. Goddamn. But yes, anyways, how do you think that the FBI and the higher ups and intelligence people find things out? What do you think? They just sit around waiting for? No, they hear. So on your phone, when you say keywords, it automatically starts recording to somebody that we don't know about. Like if you mention certain things, just think about it. How do you think they find these things out? You think they're just like got these big ears out in the neighborhoods listening? No, it's all done by phones, cameras, whatever the hell else. And then if you have, whatever. So just keep that in the back of your head. If you don't want somebody to know something, you might not want to say it on your phone. So,
all right.
That's it. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm out of breath. I'm going to sleep tonight.
So let me come on, Devil Dog. I'm going to jump down, brother.
Okay,
thanks,
brother.
guys.
You have a good one, my friend.
Later.
All right. All right, you guys still here?
No,
Oh, yeah,
I left.
I'm here.
I'm gone.
I'm here.
I left.
So the next thing is what else? I mean, damn, we got like just out of the house, and that is
See?
so awesome. That's when you
7-hour
know,
show out of the house.
hey, that's when you know we are rolling, when we can have a discussion.
Right.
All of us can have a discussion, and 2+ hours later, almost 3 hours later, and we've only covered like the beginning of the house and what if and
We haven't even got outside yet.
that's awesome.
We just covered her bedroom, dude. We haven't even come out to the living room yet.
We ain't talking about the dog, the blood, the
Nothing.
helicopter, the
Nothing.
camper.
Like
And
I
that's the
don't.
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. That is the problem. There's. I mean, I think. Pretty much we haven't discussed. We were in her bedroom, but we haven't discussed the phone, the Apple Watch, nothing.
But that's good because that
Yeah.
just saves it for the next freaking at 5, But
Yeah.
no, I think the
5.
channel, you guys are doing amazing. Everybody on all 3 lives, or 2 lives, whatever's running. You guys are doing amazing. Mods, thank you so much for everything.
But
you
hold
guys
on, can
do.
we not end yet? Can
I'm
I?
not ending. I
Okay,
just wanted to give
can
you
I-
a shout out.
Oh, for what?
give
They
them a
ain't do
shout out.
nothing. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I love you all. Can I change subjects for
Absolutely. Go
a
ahead.
minute? I want to. Remember, I was telling you about Sue Ellen who reached
Yep.
out. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I'll.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
nothing. Mind your business. I was. So I want to fill everybody else in on what's going on. So a few weeks back, I got a nice email from a lovely lady, Sue Ellen. And I was like, let me check into this, because when I saw Sue Ellen, I got all nervous and something like, is Sue Ellen after me? But it isn't the bad Sue Ellen. It is a lovely Sue Ellen. So her family lost a great uncle, an uncle, brother, son, whatever, years and years and years ago, back in the 70s. And I'll read you what she sent me. You guys can listen to it. But she had reached out to see if we could dig into that case a little bit, because they haven't been able to find anything out. I mean, this is back from the 70s, so it's a long while ago. There's some reports. I can honestly say what I've been trying to dig into, I haven't come up with much. And the person that I need to speak to is away for the month, so I have to wait till that person gets back till I can see if they can pull a few strings for me. But I'm gonna just jump in and read what she had sent to me. So he was unalived, and it is in my area and Doug's area. It's actually I'm next to the town that he was from. And then the town that he was found unalived in is only a few towns away from me also. So, yeah, he was unalived in 1973. And Sue Ellen, who reached out, is in my chat right now. So she is on here. Just so everybody knows, and everybody in my chat, that Sue Ellen is who I'm speaking about right now. So, it's definitely a suspicious, situation. So I'm gonna just jump in here. So, the gentleman was her great uncle, and he was born. His date of born. His date of birth was February 1st, 1946, and the date of his unaliving was October 19th of 1973, 2 days before his sister's wedding anniversary, which is horrible in itself. And he grew up in Brighton, Mass, which is, again, 5 minutes from me. He graduated from Brighton High School. He served in Vietnam as part of the Army's military police. And then at some point after returning from Vietnam, he became a Jehovah's Witness. He grew up in the Baptist church. To honor him, the family decided to have his funeral services at the Kingdom Hall, Brookdale. It's Brookdale Road in Brighton. After Vietnam, he came home and moved into an apartment in Brookline, Mass, near the hospital where he was grabbed.
Where was that at?
Brookline, Mass.
Okay.
And then so this is Sue Ellen talking. This is what she sent to me. So it says, I was born 2 years after he was murdered, but I heard what my grandmother, his sister, knew about what happened for years. According to her grandmother, and his name is Richard, Richard was grabbed by at least 2 men as he left the hospital near his apartment. At age 27, he was getting hair treatments at the hospital because he was starting to lose his hair. Maybe I should go there for that too, because I'm losing mine too. He carried his hair meds in a black bag like a doctor would carry.
He carried what?
A black bag. You remember how back in the old days?
Yeah.
You remember back those days. You were there. They had the black bag, they opened it up. Everything was, So the black bag like a doctor would carry. It was speculated that the 2 men thought he was a doctor who had prescription drugs for patients in his bag. Richard was ultimately forced into his VW Beetle and driven to Roxbury. On the way, they essentially tortured him. I was always given the sense that the car was found in pretty bad shape from them torturing him. So again,
Where did they find the car?
Roxbury.
Okay.
So again, 2026 we are in, and from 1973, even when I reached out, and I have a report from her that she sent to me from the police, and it's just a basic, report. And I tried grabbing some stuff from the police, but what I was told is that a lot of these files from back in the day were, they take them and then they put them on computer nowadays so they can go in and find stuff early. But a lot of these didn't make it to the computer stuff now. The one person that I talked to was having trouble. That's why I have to wait for the person that I need to speak to really to come back and then hopefully be able to do something better. But we're gonna make this now one of the cases that is going to have its own folder, and then this is one that we will start to cover like the rest of the ones that we are doing. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, and we'll do what we can do. My team is sitting here right now, and again, if I can persuade Doug to come down this way, maybe we can hit up Boston and tear it up a little bit. What do you think, Doug?
Yeah, we should definitely schedule something like that.
So I'm thinking we should, we can hit up the police stations and we'll see, well, maybe we'll take a spin over to the crime, to the area where the crime scene was, so we can show you guys if it, hopefully it's still, obviously the streets and stuff are still going to be there, but yeah. So we're going to do, and I'm basically talking to you now, Sue Ellen, we're going to do what we can do. Like I said before, can't make any promises, but we're going to do whatever we can do to find out any information and maybe be able to help you guys, get on with this. But, I just don't want you to, we may not find anything, and it might be just as much as what I just read, but we're going to do our best for you and your family.
Absolutely. Can you say his full name? I know you said it was Richard, but can you say the rest of it?
Yeah, hold on one second. Geez, I forget the last name. Richard. I think it's the last. Hold on 1 second.
Arnett.
Pretty sure. I think it was that. I'm pretty sure. Horrible. I don't remember. Dun, 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 dun. The hell did it go?
Sorry, I didn't mean to be so exact, but
No. I just unfortunately I just forgot the last name. Sue Ellen, was it Arnett? Arnett, something like that. Yeah, One Beach Glen is the street. Yeah,
One Beach Glen.
that's the street that it happened on.
So that was his home, or that where he
No,
was taken
that's
from?
that's where he was found.
One
Oh,
Beach
that's where he
Street.
was found.
Yeah, One Beach Glen.
Beach
So that's
Glen.
in Roxbury.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So Richard Arnott Fisher. Richard Arnott Fisher. So the last name Fisher. Richard, and then the middle name Arnott, Arnot. Date of birth October 19th, 1973.
And you said Fisher was his last name?
Yes.
FICHSER.
Fisher.
Okay.
And you said that One Beach Street, you said beach as in beach, right?
One Beach, Beech, Glen, Glen.
Got you.
So, but yeah, so Sue Ellen, is there anything that you would like to add? I mean, would you like to come on the panel and say anything, or do you just want to kind of stay where you are?
So,
I mean, I'm open to have you on the panel if you want to speak at all. I'm just seeing she's on my chat, Doug. So
You're good.
Chris, what was the conditions of where he was found? Was he found like with his car? Was he found in a house? Was he found?
No, I believe he was either what Sue Ellen. Where did you say he was found? Was he in the car or in a section of woods? I'm just rereading because I know I'm missing the first thing.
So there is also a mention of a car where even if he's not.
Yeah,
with
his
the car?
his
So
his
there's a car in
VW
it, though.
Beetle.
So the car went with him to Roxbury.
Yes, I guess they drove him in his car.
Gotcha.
Okay. Sue Ellen, go to Devil Dog's chat, and then we can drop the link in there for you to come up on the panel, and then we can talk to you. Okay. So she's gonna bounce over to your channel, Dog, and then you can just give her the link, and she can come up for a few.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Yeah, Miss Barney, just give us 1 second. I'm just gonna get Sue Ellen to come up here on panel, and we can yap at her. But Richard, which is her great uncle, was unalived. He was walking out of the hospital carrying a black bag that looked like, back in the 70s, like the doctors had the black bags. And it looks like two people thought he may have been a doctor and had drugs in the bag. So they grabbed him and threw him in his car and tortured him on the way to Roxbury and was dumped over there. And that's where we're at. So we're going to try to dig into things now about this and see what we can come up with. So as soon as she pops into Devil Dog, then we'll get her up on panel.
Okay.
But yes, and hello everybody. Dog doesn't Devil Dog look like he's about to fall asleep? Wake up!
Stop
Wake
it.
up!
Wake up, dog.
Get off the table!
Chris, I missed what happened. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just told her.
Okay.
Where were you?
I heard you.
No, he was sleeping. I knew it. He was
Really? You really think I'd be sleeping? Okay, here you go, Sue Ellen.
This Ellen. All right.
There it is. There's the link.
Oh. There he goes again. Tough. He had a tough day today eating that potato, egg, and bacon stuff that he didn't share with me.
Thank you, Malik.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
No problem. I want some coffee.
No, not you, just me.
Whatever. Well, good. When you get it, I hope it's cold.
That's so true.
Hey. All right. Now, you've lost an extra 3 vacation days for that comment.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. By the end, she'll have no vacation days left.
She'll have about 1,000 vacation days from me.
Hey, nobody's talking to you, pal.
I'm just saying. There we go. Bringing you up now. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, hear
We
you loud
can
and
hear
clear.
you.
Okay, great. So, there was supposedly a witness, at least one witness, that saw him be grabbed at the hospital. And that's where that information came from. And how probably these 2 men that grabbed him, and it was in the evening time. That's how we think they thought he was a doctor coming off of work with his bag. And I don't know at what point they found out he was not a doctor. Obviously, they grabbed him pretty quickly. And then they drove to Roxbury, which we always thought was strange. Why not just do something with him there?
Well,
But
just so you know, Sue, I mean, I don't know if you looked into it, but that is the next town from Brookline.
yes,
So
that's why we thought it was strange.
Well,
Because it was so close.
Do you know which hospital he was coming out of?
From my research, the hospital doesn't exist anymore, but there was
Probably
a
not.
hospital there because the story goes that he went to that hospital because it was right by where he lived.
Okay.
So apparently, from my research, it might have been called Beth Israel at the time.
Still there.
Is it still there? But
Beth
in
Israel?
different form. Yeah, Beth Israel. They
Yeah,
had
no,
a hair treatment program there.
Yeah, no, Beth Israel is still in service today. I mean, it's one of the biggest hospitals here. But
Okay.
I
In
think,
Brookline.
well, I think that's the difference. It's not there. It's moved to Boston.
It moved.
Yeah. It
Okay.
started in Brookline, so it is not there anymore, but it is still one of the biggest hospitals. So
Okay. Because the word was that he might have been part of a study of some kind, and that's why he had the bag from the family end. The family knew about this program he was in for his hair treatment.
okay.
But to answer Dog's question, no, he was found on the sidewalk
Okay,
at
yeah,
one
I-
Beach Glen. So it was kind of a dump. They stabbed him and then they dumped him.
Yeah.
And then they dumped the car. And from what I know, the car wasn't found right there. They found the car later. And it was in bad shape. It was in really bad shape. To the point where my grandmother had trouble, PTSD kind of trouble with Volkswagen Beetles. She couldn't stand to even look at them.
Did they say where they found the car?
No, I don't think
Okay.
we were told where it was found. I never had that information. Just
Well,
said it
that'll
wasn't
be-
with him.
Okay.
Yeah. But they took the car with them. That's why the family suspected they lived in that area.
Okay.
Because they took the car And the suspicion was that they went to wherever they came from.
Yeah.
That was my
Now,
first thought. Was there
let me
fire
ask-
involved with the car?
I'm sorry?
Fire or anything like that, or was it just
You
in
broke.
bad
You
shape?
broke
as like
up. You broke up bad, Doug. What was your first part of that?
I did?
Yeah.
I was asking about if there was fire involved with the car.
No,
Was it
the car was intact. It was just probably bloody,
fire? Okay.
and there was evidence that they had
In bad
really
shape.
hurt him in the car,
Okay. So
and that
two
he was
things.
in the
Okay.
back seat. Apparently, he was in the back seat with whoever the second person was.
Okay. So 2 questions from me.
Yeah,
Number 1, I see the find a grave that you sent to me.
yeah.
It's in Danvers. Is that where they're originally from, or?
No, that's where our family cemetery is.
Okay.
He's buried with
And-
our family, of course.
Now, the last name Butterfield, does that mean anything?
Yes, yes. His aunt, not to get confused about the family, Richard's
Yeah, no.
aunt, his father's sister married a Butterfield,
Okay.
and that's the grave that was available at the time
Okay.
that we could put him in. Yeah. So yeah, Butterfield's a family.
Okay.
Any Butterfield you see. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So we have Cecil A. Fisher. Is that dad?
That's his dad. Yeah.
Edison A. S. Fisher.
That's his grandfather.
Okay. Millicent May.
That's his
Mother?
mom. Yep,
And
that's
then
his mom. Charlotte's his grandmother.
Okay.
Edison's wife. Yeah.
Okay. So they're all there together then. Okay.
They're all there together. Yes.
Okay. I'm just looking through that what you sent, and it's so it's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not cool, but you know what I mean. It's
No, I know.
shows everything. And
Yep.
Danvers, Mass is not far from me either, so
No.
pretty close to me. So yeah. So
Well, that's the reason I knocked on your door, Chris, because you're right there. And my grandfather grew up in Newton, and my grandmother grew up in Brighton. And yeah. So
do you know what part of Newton she grew up in?
my grandfather grew up. The place he grew up in isn't there anymore, but it was actually Newton. They had a thing when the freeway went in.
Yep.
They took their house. The house my grandfather grew up in. Eminent domain. So it's not there anymore. But it's
No, it's not.
no. So but the house that Richard grew up in is still there at Hobson Street.
In Newton?
No, in Brighton.
Oh, just the one in
No.
Oh yeah, that's right. The one in Brighton. Okay.
Yeah. 21 Hobson Street.
So
Yeah,
I-
that's where
I
he
do-
grew up.
Yeah, so I do know very well what you're talking about with the highway.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about with the highway.
Okay. Okay.
So I can honestly tell you I am from Newton.
Okay.
Born and raised in Newton.
My grandfather was.
So
He
I'm
was born in
curious now.
1929. I'm sorry?
I'm curious now because my grandmother, his house sits where the fire station used to be on the Mass Pike before it was the Mass Pike. So her house was
Okay.
taken by eminent domain too.
Okay, so Chris, here you go. You want to do a little sleuthing. My grandfather's father was James Joseph Clark. And he was very much a part of the Newton Fire Station. Very much. He was the high up. That was his career.
Really?
As a side note, yes. So you probably knew my family.
Probably because my entire family was in the fire department and police department.
Ah, yeah, that was his life.
I
James
wonder if we're
Joseph Clark.
related.
I
But
know,
no.
somehow. Well,
all right,
we're
that's cool.
Irish. You never
Yeah.
know.
Yes. Well,
Cousins and all.
that's good to know, though.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I can definitely. Did you write that name down, Doug?
I did. What was the relation to James?
James Joseph Clark is my grandfather's grandfather. Not related to Richard at all. In-law.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. That's cool, though. I like that.
Yeah. Oh no, my grandfather loved Newton. He spent his whole life there. And his great grandparents immigrated from Ireland and landed there. So Newton is very much a part of our history. So
yeah, it is.
yeah.
Definitely.
And
Okay.
I can get you addresses offline if you want.
Oh no, I'll find them all.
Okay, good.
I will find them all. I will find them all. It's I can all the family stuff. I can do that because every possible higher up in the fire department I know. So
I've got a picture of him in his fireman's uniform too.
when you can you send that to me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Perfect.
And I've got his hat too, as
All
part
right,
of my
nice.
family treasures.
Nice.
And his little badge. Yep.
There you go. That's good to
Yep.
have.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we can dig into this, and then at some point, like I said, me and Doug we'll set up a date and we can go and see what we can investigate in town, see if we can get some answers. Because I would like to know where the vehicle was found.
Yeah.
Whether it was found in Roxbury or was it back in Brookline or another
No,
area.
it definitely was in Roxbury. I know that.
Okay.
It wasn't in Brookline.
All right.
They grabbed him in Brookline. And that was it. So
Right.
it was somewhere in Roxbury or in that general area.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would like to, see what we can find out, and hopefully we can find something out. I mean, even a little bit more than what you guys had, but again,
I mean, I assume all my family got all this information from the initial investigators. I mean, I would say. So
it doesn't look to me like, from what I could read and see, it didn't look like they investigated too much.
no, they didn't. And
So-
that was the insulting part I told you about early on, was that the police basically told my family, and of course, at the time it was his grieving mother, who had just lost her husband, too, on top of it, that, it was probably two drug addicts, and so they'll probably end up being dead or in jail, so don't worry about it. They'll get their comeuppance, basically. Like, it wasn't worth their time. And, so that laid heavy on my family forever. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, the big problem too is back in those days, there was no, no evidence. I mean, you could see all the hair and stuff that you wanted. There was nothing they could really do with it back then. You know what I mean?
right.
Blood.
Well, that's the other thing. Is there any evidence at all that they collected? Pictures. Well, I know there are pictures, because something I didn't tell you, Chris, but I didn't know how to say it, was my aunt actually went to the Brookline or Roxbury police station to find out, to do what I'm doing. She wanted to find out more, at least confirm what the family was told. And it was kind of one of those things where they wanted to show her the file, but didn't. So she saw the file. We know a file existed in the 90s, to the 90s at least.
Yeah.
And they kind of, I guess, put it on the counter, and she got to look over it enough to say, yep, the key points are here. Okay, so everything we were told is correct. but there were pictures because she came back to the family, and I said, "Gosh, I'd really like to look at that too, right?" Because I was a teenager in the 90s.
Yeah.
And she said, "No, you don't want to do that because of the pictures."
Okay.
So there are pictures at least. If you guys could do that, because when I recently contacted the cold case department
Yeah.
with Boston,
Yeah.
they told me I didn't have a right to see the reports, even though I'm family, because it's an open investigation, even though it's a cold case. Like,
Still open though, because it wasn't solved.
yeah, but 50 years later, like,
Doug, who would have? How could we get that? If they said you can't see it because it's still an open case, can we get that?
I don't think so. No.
I don't think so either. But
If the police department that holds it says we're not giving it to you, then I mean, I guess you could fight it in court, but you'd probably lose on the FOIA.
what we'll do is we'll go and we'll see what we can.
What we will be able to find is newspaper clippings, probably, because I'm sure the library still has everything whatever
I
was
couldn't
reported
find
at the time.
anything. I couldn't find anything, guys, in the newspaper. I have a subscription to newspapers.com. I couldn't find anything. The only thing there is he's listed as a statistic that he died on the 19th as part of the homicides. But they did nothing. That all over the years I've looked at the newspaper, they did nothing on this case. And he was dumped in a residential neighborhood on a corner, on a sidewalk. That wasn't news. That's why this the Nancy Guthrie case has brought up all these feelings, because I'm like, nothing was done for Richard either. So that's why I'm grateful for anything you can kind of shake the trees for.
We will do what we can, and then I mean it's going to take a lot of being in Boston and Brookline and Brookline will have stuff too, but we'll see what we can do. But I was glad to get you on here to fill everybody in, to fill us in, and tell the story.
And I'm more than happy to be the family member if you need a family member to get any information.
Yeah, I mean, that might be something, but we'll see what happens when we get in there and say, hey, can we see this? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
If we need to, I'll reach out to you if we need you for anything, but I'll keep you posted and go from there. But that's where we are now. And then I will get with Doug and see what day we can get together at some point. But we'll keep you informed.
Okay, good.
All right.
Can I ask one more question before you go that you may or may not know?
Okay.
Did Richard have any interest in like rare coins or stamps, old valuable stamps? Do you know if were them any things he had collected or was interested in?
No, not that I know of. He kept things pretty simple.
Okay.
Because he just lost his father, and he was just on his own because the mom had to sell the house. So he was kind of busy trying to make a living. He was only 27. So, he was handling his hair, whatever was going on with that. His own place. There, one little thing that's kind of a side note too, because we felt there was some kind of a girlfriend, but we weren't sure. And in the beginning, someone would leave like a rose or something on the grave, but she's never come forward. Or there were people that were part of the Jehovah's Witness community that we felt knew things, but they weren't communicating with the family about those things. And the family wasn't like against him being a Jehovah's Witness. It was just like, okay, that's what he's going to do. but they were kind of like wanting to have a say. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
the family wasn't first, they were first. But we just kind of went along because that's the kind of family we are. Like, we're not gonna, you know, whatever Richard was happy with was what we were going to be happy with. You know.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move on to our next thing today, but I want to thank you for being here, and then we will keep you posted and let you know how we're making out.
Okay, sounds good.
Right?
Thank you,
Sue
guys.
Ellen.
Thank you
Sue
again
Ellen.
for coming on. Have a good
Appreciate
day.
it.
Ellen.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye.
We got work cut out for us on that one.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be fun when while dog is doing nothing but eating. You know what I mean? What are you eating now? Don't ignore me.
What'd you say?
You're such an ASS. Oh, what'd you say?
What I said was earlier, is it Richard Arnett Fisher?
Yeah.
Richard Arnott Fisher.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I'm just reading real quick here.
Uh-huh.
Not about him. It's a Nolan Wells thing that just popped up on.
Okay.
They still have not received his phone from the parents. Why? The authorities, the police have never seen his phone.
Interesting.
Crump told us that day that they were going to all look at the evidence on the phone at the grand jury.
But the police have a right to see that phone, and they did nothing about getting it.
No, then. Nope, they're holding on to that phone until the grand jury because they're afraid of corruption. That was one of his main points during that presentation.
Well, they probably decided it after they didn't get the neck and their pathologist didn't get, remember, because they were supposed to do this, like they were both going to do these things. They were both going to do the autopsies.
Yeah.
And maybe when they got shortchanged on the neck and a couple other items, they said, well, you're not getting the phone. And when we get together, then we'll let the grand jury just see for themselves. Go that route. I think it's really stupid though, because at the end of the day, the grand jury is they're gonna basically go with, and when I say go with, I don't mean they're gonna agree with. I say they're gonna listen to the facts that the sheriff has put together. That's going to be the main thing. The extra thing about the other autopsy that was done by the private, Mr. Mitchell, pathologist Mitchell, Roger Mitchell, his thing is going to be not necessarily included because it would have been included if they would have both sat down and had that conversation, right? And they both would have like ironed out what are the differences, right? And what would be the correct wording to say in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? In that aspect of the autopsy, what it says to both of them. But because they didn't probably give the phone back and they didn't get the parts to do the autopsy, they're probably not seeing good faith on both ends. And they're saying, you know what? It's still going to hurt, in my opinion, the family more because, once again, the grand jury is going to be listening mostly to what the findings are from the sheriff. That's how it works. You know, when you do have an autopsy done privately by the independent pathologist for the family, when you do have that, well, you have that. But if there's nothing there that you can say because you don't have the parts, doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. You know what I mean?
Hey,
so that ought to be interesting.
Yeah. Oleg says he has a bit of information about the ciders.
Okay. You want to come up and tell us, or you want to go ahead and you want to come up? Oleg, you want to come up?
Oleg.
I gotta take this, Chris. This is about my brother.
Do it. We'll got everything.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
She, Oleg.
Yeah.
Do you want to come up, Oleg, or do you want to just tell us in
Yeah.
there? But if you want to come up, now you're going to have to wait a moment until he gets back.
So yeah, Chris, I asked him, just to go back for a quick second, I asked that strange question because I did find another case that has some similarities to that one that happened
Yep.
in Brookline in 1976.
Yep. No, I
Where
mean back then, that stuff, all that
somebody
stuff
was
was crazy.
taken
back
by
then.
two guys, put in his car, and then drove him to a different place.
Did it say where they drove him?
Yeah, the other person was James Cassidy, and he was actually found in his car, but it was burned.
Where did he say where they found the car?
They did in the article. I'd have to reread it all.
Okay, that's fine.
This was just the name that I came up with before. You had mentioned something about this, but you'd only
Yeah, I
given me,
remember. I
you'd
think
given me a location, and that's the story that I came across.
Didn't you
Some
send
of the
that to
things
me? I
match.
think.
Huh?
I think you sent that name to me, didn't you?
So
I did send that name to you
long story
before.
short, she read what's her name?
I asked, is this the person we're looking at? And you were like, you didn't remember the name at the
Yeah.
time. And now it turns out that it's a different case. But they have similarities.
Whatever my thoughts were.
Let me just say this real quick. Melly, no lunch.
That's how I
Sorry.
knew, and
Anyway.
yeah, I told Bella that I'm probably not going to go, and don't ask me to be a.
He's got to remember to mute. I didn't want to hear his whole story. Private.
One of the pallbearers. That's a hell
I
no.
have her
No.
push.
Oh, yeah,
It's not
his
much.
car was found in Maine. They drove him to Maine.
At this point.
Oh wow, that's a good haul.
Yeah.
I don't feel right because I feel like when I went there and I explained this to Fella, when I went there,
Oleg, I'm sorry about that.
called me back and I went over
I
there.
did
and
not know you were a she, but she.
He was
Thank you.
pointing to everybody. I felt like he was. This is just me, my interpretation. That I felt like he was telling me to watch them because this is what they're doing to them.
Dun, dun,
Now,
dun, dun,
I could be adding that to the equation. In other words, I could be,
Dog.
misinterpreting what he was saying, but
So
I just felt like
yeah,
because I kept telling him say it
I
again,
think-
and then he would tell me, and he would be pointing. As
we
I
will
was
have to
over,
start.
and he would be
So
pointing
he was found
He would be pointing at the
in
direction
Roxbury,
There was like 4 people sitting there. in front of me.
taken from Brookline. So Brookline would have the
The one that was there that always, gave me my
kidnapping, missing person report.
And I just felt
Probably
like
missing
Would it be-
person.
It would be where he was taken from, not where he was actually from, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he lived in Boston, in Brighton, which is part of Boston, obviously. And then he was taken from Brookline, from the hospital where he was getting the hair
It
treatment.
wasn't a keep an eye on them as in
So then they drove him to Roxbury, and that was the
I
end
didn't
there.
get that sense at all.
Yeah.
It was
But it looks like they unalived him and then threw him out on the sidewalk and then drove his car to wherever they found it,
That's exactly what it sounds like. Yep.
which would tell me they're from that area because they drove back to Roxbury.
Yeah, they're from whatever area the car was found at.
Yeah. So
It made me feel even more that that's what she was angry about because she could not
Yep.
tell
So
what Jake was telling
this
me.
one will be difficult.
And
But
because I wasn't
do
asking
whatever
Jake,
we can. And I told her, that's what I told her. I said, hopefully we can find something, but
like what she was saying.
from back in the day, did they have any evidence of
She
anything?
was curious because she
Hopefully
didn't
we
know.
can find
She
something.
had no clue.
Yeah, we really don't know.
No.
You won't know if you can't get the.
He could have said,
Police
I mean,
report.
I'm not saying just because
No.
he asked me that that was anything special.
We shall see, though.
Yeah, we could try.
That's what I gathered. And it just made me feel like she was angry because she didn't know what the hell Jake was saying.
There's some Nolan Wells stuff coming out today too. Nolan Wells' friend recently returned.
Because that's
So it
what
says
made-
Nolan Wells' friends recently returned to Horn Island with their attorneys to conduct their own investigation into the teenager's death.
And I wish
However, the move has left Wells' family members unimpressed, as his grandfather called the visit nothing but pediatrics, pediatrics, whatever. Wells, 18, was found dead. We know that. Day trip with his friend. Blah, blah, blah.
If we had said anything like that,
Wells' grandfather, Christopher Wells Sr., took to Facebook to criticize his friend's visit to Horn Island. Wells Sr. questioned the purpose of the visit, saying more than a month ago has passed since the teen's death. What's the purpose of the three friends going to Horn Island to do an investigation over a month after Nolan's death? That's true.
That's why I said my goodbyes when I left.
What were they going to investigate?
Because that's what I felt at that
It's a month ago. What are you going to find?
So I told Farrah, and she's like, "Brother, I understand." I totally understand. I get where you're coming from, but
well, with their attorneys, Jay Tyler Cox and Edward.
Understand. I said, "Look, I have nothing."
Did you see the attorneys on the island in their suits and shoes and stuff, man?
No, I haven't seen it.
No, I don't. I'm just saying, I haven't seen anything like that, but I would love to.
With the people who made the decision, and they were not the people that made the decision.
With the three people that they arrested for the threats, did they say why they were saying the threats? Did they give a reason?
And I didn't like that.
Just people being nasty people. They weren't even anyone connected to the case or Nolan. They were just random people.
I feel like know what it is, but that's just my opinion.
That sounds stupid.
I think it's the right
I mean,
thing. I think that's exactly.
I don't even get that.
They put him to sleep all the way through.
It's crazy because it was the mother. What's his face's mother, and then I mean, from this report here, it says that all of his friends have been getting death threats too.
Yep.
He's got too much drugs in him, so the only way he's going to wake up is if somebody.
I know everybody is. There's nothing I can do, Melly.
And then by that time, if I had thought about it,
not a damn thing.
Are you thirsty? You want something to eat?
I feel bad too.
Are you fighting this? Are you trying to survive? Are you trying to
paid lunch? What are you talking about, April? Paid lunch? Give me a break.
You think something?
I don't even get paid lunch.
Exactly, but something that.
Yes, Mary. Open topic right now.
He could have gave us an answer.
I'm trying to talk over Doug. So not everybody hears everything, but yeah, that's why I'm just keep on going. Thank God it's me. I talk forever.
I got one more off-topic thing I want to say though.
What's that?
Tomorrow is the 12th. It marks the 2-year anniversary of Denia, and supposedly her biological father is going to start protesting out at the sheriff's office in Gary.
Really?
Starting tomorrow.
And there's only one reason to keep secrets, and
Which is cool.
Something that's not necessarily right.
Yeah.
And you're trying to keep everything hush hush.
Not breaking, but it's.
I don't know. I just don't think I
Maybe they'll create some movement that could create something breaking.
Don't know. I don't think I'm going. I think I will visit the grave myself, and I think or whoever wants to go.
And what was that? Oleg was going to tell us something about the ciders. What happened with that?
Something about
people that want to go, maybe do a rosary with them, But I'm not. I don't think I'm
something
gonna go.
about. I have her post that matches up with the family tree record. So, Oleg, are you going to come up when Dee Dee comes back, or do you just want to do it in the chat, or what? See what you started, April, with this free lunch stuff. Now, Miss Barney, no free lunches. No free lunches on this channel. Luckily, this isn't my channel, so you'll have to talk to him about lunch. Just so you know. And Sue Ellen, you're welcome. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for everything. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, I can't because I can't do anything because you can't hear it on his channel. I could put up my new music I made, but you can't hear it on his. So we'll just keep talking.
Yeah. Just keep on talking. Nothing new in any other case, right? No,
No,
nothing on Elena or
nothing on anybody. No, that's what I was saying earlier. We're at a standstill with every single case.
Yep.
There's like nothing new, and anything new that comes out is just people speculating, and it's just like, what do you believe? And because every time I see Nolan Wells, the phone wasn't given over, like I just read to you there, and then 5-10 minutes later there's another report from another news place that says, oh no, the phone did get seen by the police. It's just, that's what's happening now,
Mm-hmm.
until something comes out. 2 arrested after doctor killed in North Memphis trunk party shooting. Okay. There's a lot of shootings left. Doug, keep talking. Oh, we're back.
As far as the phone goes, if the family, I think if they listen to their lawyer, they probably sent the phone off to a third party analysis group to run the forensics on that phone. And then when they go to the grand jury, they'll probably look at the findings in a presentation all at the same time. That would be the best, most transparent thing to do. Instead of just them holding on to the phone because at any given time they could manipulate it, or I would hope that they had sent that phone to a third party to do an examination. And that may have happened. Because, yeah, they're losing investigative time because the phone could give clues into the investigation, which it probably will. Yeah, that's right. Why haven't we heard more about Tasia or June, says Barney? Yeah, I don't know. And I'm all alone. And I just don't know what to talk about. I don't even know which case to talk about. Anyone been following Lindsay Clancy? Anyone got any thoughts on that case? Another big one that's happening right now. And pretty big case. A lot of similarities to.
I'm back. I'm back.
Hi, Chris. Welcome back. Thanks for saving me.
He must have went outside to talk.
Yeah, he must have. That's all right. We got this.
Where did my channel go?
I just mentioned Lindsay Clancy for a minute to see if anyone.
Yeah, I haven't even been paying attention to that a lot, really. I just haven't. There's been too much going on. So, and they said that the Tupac trial is going to be forever.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, they said it's going to be about a month long of just, that's going to be crazy. And I'm really not the, throw the trial on and sit back and watch it. You know what I mean? I tried it a couple times, but it's just too boring.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. So I guess Nikki is supposed to be going there on around the 22nd. She's going to cover the trial a couple of days.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so she's going to be live from there. So that'll be neat.
That will be neat.
So
Just letting you
What
know.
about have you heard about the Kendra Scott case? Have you looked into that one at all? That's going to be another big one too, I think. That a
No,
lot
I
of people.
haven't.
That's the reason.
She was the mom that
It's
came home and found somebody in her house under her daughter's bed that was above age, but he was like autistic, and then she shot him out in the front yard.
Okay. Particular reason why she shot him? Just because.
That's the whole thing. And she just shot him in the back of the head as he was leaving after she asked him to leave. And it wasn't like he was a stranger. She knew who he was. And there's people saying that she even lured him there, but she's claiming it was because he was found in the room with the daughter. So yeah, it's a pretty.
What was her name?
It's the Kendra Scott case. And the man's name was God dang it, what was his name? Radarius something.
I'm looking also what you said.
What the hell?
I just don't know if I could. I know I could.
Darius Morton.
Yeah, I'm just
I know I could be a pauper and not sing. I can
What?
do that. But I also know that by doing that,
who is this fish?
I'm gonna feel in my heart like
Uh-huh.
they
That's
were
not
able to basically get something over, even
Wait a
though I knew
The
by
hell?
me not going, in their mind.
Oh, that's why it was the wrong.
No.
I'm like Kendra Scott.
If I
Her
don't
jewelry collection.
know why.
Memphis mother Kendra Scott was charged with first-degree murder after fatally shooting 20-year-old Rodarius Morton, whom she found hiding
I wonder what
under her 13-year-old daughter's bed.
that,
And he was 20?
well, of course.
Yeah.
I wonder if what
Well, there you go.
the reason why Uncle Meg of all people
He was 20, but he had like autism, so he had
Yeah.
the mind of around a 15-year-old is what
So I don't know,
he
man.
said.
Honestly,
And he was known to the family.
do is go
Huh.
with what you know. You need
Yeah,
to
that's crazy.
go or not.
Wow.
It's not gonna
Yeah,
be
well, I'll have to look into that one.
else really knows.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting case to say the least.
And then
Yeah, definitely.
let the chips
I mean,
fall.
That's crazy. Dogs need to admin mods.
Have a hard time right now.
Dog needs to just make me the
Like I said,
co-producer. I can control things,
Yeah.
but but yeah, no, it's some crazy stuff.
yeah.
Crazy stuff. Because I could put a video on, but I can't add anything to his.
Right, he has to push play.
Well,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, oh, dog. But we're here. We're yapping.
We are here.
We're keeping things flowing.
We
Just
are
like a
flowing.
stream of lukewarm water that's flowing down. No, it's not
Yeah, they're
lukewarm.
not honoring what
You ever been to a hot springs? Has anybody ever been to a hot springs before?
right.
No.
No, really cool. Really cool. Cool. Has anybody in the chat been to a hot spring before? Some of them are hot as shit. Because you go sit in them like you're going into like a spa bath or something.
Yeah.
You walk in and the water is like, it looks just like the edge of the beach. You walk down and it's a quarter of an inch of water, and then it gets deeper and deeper, and it gets the deeper you go, the hotter it gets. It's really cool though. It's in the middle. Yeah, there was one. We found one in the middle of nowhere. I hope that's what it was.
Oh boy.
But no, it was. There was a lot of people there, so it was pretty cool. I had fun. I had much fun at the hot spring. I sent Dog a text. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got a lot of big name missing person unsolved still in our state. Like there's a lot of names out there. We got some of the craziest ones of all
hell
time.
yeah.
Damara Murray and Molly Bish and Holly Peranian. And they're actually having movement in that one. I think they're going to solve that one soon.
They could.
They could.
Let's see what the let's let's wait and see what the arrangements are.
When he comes back, pretend everybody's sleeping.
Maybe we'll see what their
All right.
arrangements are. I promise you we'll go.
No, I feel
Thank
bad
you
for
very
him.
much. Stay strong. Love you, sweetheart.
We'll tell him we already left, had lunch, came back.
Mm-hmm.
He forgets he's even on live, doesn't come back. Oh, there he is.
I'm back, everybody.
Oh, sorry, we were asleep. We had lunch. We caught a quick movie, and here we are.
So, my brother just passed.
Oh, sorry to hear that, my man.
Yeah, no, it's going to happen. He passed. They'll figure out the arrangements on what's going on, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, it is what it is. That's what life
Now,
is.
was he in pain at all, or?
Yeah. I don't know. They kept him so drugged up with morphine and Audubon and all this crazy shit that supposedly he didn't feel no pain, but there's a lot of underlining shit right now.
Yeah.
And that I'm not, me nor some of my siblings are not in agreement with how everything unfolded. So now we're just trying to see what happens. We're just trying to see what happens and what the arrangements are going to be, whether, whatever we do from there is going to depend on that. So, but yeah.
I mean, these are always like the worst times because you never know what the hell to say, but sorry. But, I mean, hey, look, he's in a better place.
Me and my brother were very close. He was a big part of my life. Like all my brothers and sisters, they were all a big part, but he especially, we had a lot more things in common, sports and family, and he was just a big part of my life. So for me, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But because of the circumstances behind everything, I'm just, it's one of those things where I'm not sure I can. I don't know really what to think, other than the fact that I didn't agree with some of the choices that were made. I guess I'll just put it that way.
Who's making the choices, though?
Well, his side of the family.
Okay.
And I can't really go into detail, but
no.
What I can say is that I'm just not just me. Several of my siblings are just not
happy.
We're not happy with not the fact that we didn't know that we're all going to go at some time when it's God's time. Not that we didn't know that. That's not the issue. It's how everything unfolded.
Right.
And so that's why I can't really say a whole lot, because just people would not understand unless they knew the picture. So anyway, from that, but yeah, what are we at? Where are we at now? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all for the kind words. Appreciate you all for the support. And another one calling me. Appreciate you all for the support. Do you want
to end it so you can go deal with all your phone calls and stuff, or do you want to stay on?
Let's just stay on for a little bit, see what's going on. Because here's the thing: I'm not going to be able to change anything right now, so I can't change anything. It's done. It is what it is.
Yes, it is.
But I will say this: I just want to tell everybody, thank you so much for your support. That I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I love you all, and I appreciate that. And you guys have become more closer to me than I've ever even imagined that I would be doing this, and I would be saying this to a lot of you guys that, I really appreciate you all. So it is what it is. So with that being said,
can you put me on your phone plan? Like I'm one of your kids. You know what I'm saying?
I got like I'm paying almost close to $600 a month, brother.
I know. Well, I mean, what's another 7? What's another 100? I mean, really. And look at, I'm trained. I'm housebroken. I know how to cook. I can take care of myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll come right down. I'll drive the freaking e-bike there if I can just live there with you. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Barney. Appreciate you. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate you, Carol, April, Melly, everybody. I appreciate all you guys, man. Seriously, I really do. There's a lot of love in my heart. Make no mistake.
Me and Doug, we deserve a special thank you and a handshake and a clapping because unfortunately you forgot to mute. So you were coming over the computer. So me and Doug were talking, keep on talking so nobody can hear anything.
Well, yeah, I kind of thought, but no, it's just
You're good. You're good.
there's just a lot of pressure right now with certain decisions
Hell
that
yeah.
have to be made, and I'm not sure where I'm going. So it is what it is. That's the best I can tell you guys. But you know, love my brother. We were tight, very, very tight.
Yeah.
I've had all of them, my whole family. We were all close, but you know, him especially because of the sports aspect. We were. He's like in the middle of the pack. He's 71 when he passed, so he's pretty young, 71. And you know, he just was a good guy. He did a lot for the community where he lived. He did a lot in sports where he lived. He coached, you know, softball for girls for about 40 some years. I mean, the guy just was, ever since he got out of the military from the army. You know, he was
in
one
the
of the
army.
Yeah, he was in the army. He was one of what I would call one of my pillars in our family. So when you're one of your pillars go, you know, it's kind of like, damn, you know.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
And so anyway, but yeah, it's all good. I'm good. I think for me it's just more. For me it's more. I just don't like how everything unfolded. That's the
understood.
So
Understood.
that's about it.
I mean, I don't think there's a person around that I know of that hasn't had a problem with something in when it comes to a passing of a family member. There always seems to be something wrong because, again, like you just said, it's his wife, and you know what I'm saying, like that part of the family that get to make the decisions. You know,
yeah.
So.
Hey guys, let's go ahead. Go ahead. What do you got?
I will say that there was a little bit of a disruption here in the chat while you were away.
Oh, what happened?
Business. The mod started requesting free lunches, and I said no free lunches. But then I remembered. I said, "Wait a minute, this is your chat. They had to talk to you about free lunches."
Yeah, right.
So sorry, you're on your own with that one, pal.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to DoorDash it to everybody, or I'm going to have to call DoorDash for everybody.
Or maybe you could just jump on the goddamn e-bike and drive it to everybody, and then you know what I went
there you
through.
go. I could make it a year event.
A year event.
Yeah, just
all right.
Taking me a year to get everywhere.
Yeah, here's your lunch. It's a year old, but here you go. It's rotten.
Thank you, Norma. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh God.
But yeah, man. Let's pick up on this at 5. Let's pick up it on 5. Like I said, guys, I knew this was coming. I don't like how it all unfolded, but I knew this was coming, and I've told you guys, and so the idea is that it is what it is. I understand life. I get it. There's a time in my military life that I thought my days were done in my combat that I have seen. I thought part of me, well, I don't think a part of my life has flashed before me where I thought it was over, and I shed every emotion and every feeling I could possibly shed, and I expressed everything I could possibly express. It was like everything playing in my mind for that 15-20 seconds, and when it didn't happen, I was like, I already knew what it felt like because I've done shed every emotion I could possibly shed. So therefore, so it's not like this is the death doesn't bother me. It's how the death happens that bothers me. And that's just how I am. So with that, everybody, let's catch up on 5 o'clock. If you guys can be here at 5. We'll finish up what we're at, and we'll go from there. How about that?
Sounds great, Didi.
All right, guys.
Enjoy
Thank you
yourself,
all.
bro.
Appreciate
The
it.
loss
Love
of
you
your
all,
brother.
man.
I'll
Love
see
every
what I
one
can
of you.
do. You know, if I can make time for you, you know what I mean?
All right, if you
Yeah.
can. If
I'm
you
a
can,
busy guy. I
understand.
really don't
know,
have time
man.
to screw around with you all day long and then all evening long. So,
Yeah.
you
Sounds
know.
good to me.
All right, my
Sounds
man.
good to me, my brother. God bless you. I love
Be
you guys,
good.
man.
God
Take
bless
care.
you all.
Bye.
Later, Chris. Semper Fi.
See you guys.
Semper Fi, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, chat. Just want to say, rest of you guys, love you all. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And no worries. Have a good time on your date there, Barney. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Life's too short. Have a good time. Everybody else, God bless you all. Love you all. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all your prayers. And I'll see you all at 5. Everything in life, like I always say, everything is common sense. And that's just the way I see life. It's just common sense. So that's probably what I'm struggling with right now. It's common sense. But God bless everybody. Semper Fi.